As well as the standard fair use policy, these videos are protected under the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1787.
Moors are awake. We are taking our place on this planet.
Islam Moors.
My nationality is Moorish.
10 men and one 17-year-old were arrested following this weekend's armed standoff, and today that group will appear in court for the first time. The 11 were arrested Saturday morning after a nearly 9-hour standoff with state police along I-95 in Wakefield. Members of the group live streamed their interaction on YouTube. The group, called Rise of the Moors, does not identify as United States citizens and do not obey U.S. laws. None had licenses to carry, but state police say they recovered at least 8 guns at the scene, including 3 AR-15s. The leader of the group, Jamal Abdullah Bey, said on social media the members were on their way from Rhode Island to Maine for training. Abdullah Bey's father spoke with News Center 5 and says his son does not promote violence. Now, Stephen Latimer adds that his son served 4 years as a communications specialist in the Marines, then worked in computers and farming, and that his son changed his last name to Abdullah Bey when he joined Rise of the Moors.
According to their website, the Rise of the Moors is based in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. They say their goal is informing all Moors of their political status here in the U.S. The group also believes that Moorish Americans are the, quote, aboriginal people of the land to which the sovereign power is vested. State Police Colonel Christopher Mason says today that troopers are trained to deal with these types of situations.
Investigation of the Rise of the Moors organization. And just in case you didn't see the first video, we have 3 guns.
This is Jamal Latimer, also known as Talib Abdullah Bey. He posted this YouTube video just last month. Sources say Latimer is the self-proclaimed head of the group of heavily armed men arrested on Route 95 in Wakefield.
We have the right to travel as long as we're not making any unnecessary stops.
Latimer live streamed the standoff with state police and online claims to be the Moorish American consular post head, part of the Moorish American Arms and the co-founder of Rise of the Moors, which the website says is a non-profit educational group.
I've been elected Grand Sheik of the Narragansett Territory, which most people know it as Rhode Island.
Latimer also claims he and his followers are not U.S. citizens, are American nationals, fly the Moroccan flag, and told police they were going to a training camp in Maine. Southern Poverty Law Center says followers of the Moorish sovereign citizens movement believe they are independent of the authority of state and federal government.
Many months later,
Talib Abdullah Bey, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, and elsewhere did knowingly and willfully furnish a false name to law enforcement or law enforcement official following an arrest. That Jamal Sanders Latimer, also known as Jamal Talib Abdullah Bey, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did violate the provisions of paragraph A of Section 10 of Chapter 269 of the General Laws by means of a loaded firearm, to wit, a 9mm Luger caliber CZ model P10C semi-automatic pistol, serial number C593014, to a 22 caliber Glock model 44 semi-automatic pistol, serial number AELY222, and 3, a 9mm Luger caliber Taurus model GS semi-automatic pistol, serial number ABL140844. And that Jamal Sanders Latimer, also known as Jamal Talib Abdullah Bey, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did own, possess, or transfer possession of ammunition, that being quantities of ammunition of various calibers recovered from a Honda Ridgeline pickup truck and a Ford Transit van by the state police, invoiced as items 221, 222, and 223, without complying with requirements relating to firearm identification card provided for in Section 129 of Chapter 140 of the General Laws, against a piece of said Commonwealth and contrary to the form of statute, in case made and provided a true bill. And that it also the Superior Court begun to hold in the city of Woburn within and before the county of Middlesex in the first Monday of August in the year 2021. The jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Stephen Anthony Perez, also known as Luca L. Por Libertad, on the 3rd day of July in the year of our Lord, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid did knowingly have in his possession or knowingly have under his control in a vehicle a large capacity weapon as defined in section 121 of chapter 140 of the general laws, to wit, a 5.56 mm caliber Palmetto State Army model PA-15 semi-automatic rifle, serial number SCD 44399, 2, a 5.56 mm caliber Ruger AR-556 semi-automatic rifle, serial number 855-45207, and 3, a 5.56 mm caliber DPMS Panther Arms model A-15 semi-automatic rifle, serial number FFH 294980, and not having in effect a proper license to carry or otherwise being authorized by law to do so. That Stephen Anthony Perez, also known as Lucha El Por Libertad, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did knowingly have in his possession or knowingly have under his control in a vehicle a large capacity feeding device as defined in section 121 of chapter 140 of the general laws, to wit, 1, 20 curved magazines and a drum magazine recovered by the state police from a Ford Transit van, and 2, 3 curved magazines and a drum magazine recovered by state police from a Honda Ridgeline pickup truck, and not having in effect the proper license to carry or being authorized by law to do so. That Stephen Anthony Perez, also known as Lucha El Por Libertad, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did knowingly have in his possession or under his control in a vehicle a loaded or unloaded firearm, as defined in section 121 of chapter 140 of the general laws, to wit, a 9mm caliber Luger caliber CZ model P/10C semi-automatic pistol, serial number C593014, 2, a 22 caliber Glock model 44 semi-automatic pistol, serial number AELY222, and 3, a 9mm Luger caliber Taurus model GS semi-automatic pistol, serial number ABL140844, and 3, a 40 Smith & Wesson caliber Glock semi-automatic pistol that said person not then being present in or on his residence or place of business or having an effect to get a license to carry firearms or authorized or otherwise being authorized by law to do so. That Stephen Anthony Perez, also known as Lucha El Por Libertad, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did knowingly have in his possession or under his control in a vehicle a loaded or unloaded firearm and shotgun, as defined in section 121 of chapter 140 of the general laws, to wit, a 12-gauge Mossberg model 930 semi-automatic shotgun, serial number AF229534, and a 380 Win Remington model 700 bolt action rifle, said person not being present in or on his residence or place of business or having in effect a license to carry firearms or otherwise being authorized by law to do so. That Stephen Anthony Perez, also known as Lucha El Por Libertad, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did store or keep a large capacity weapon that was a rifle as defined in section 121 of chapter 140 of the general laws, to wit, 1, a 5.56mm caliber Palmetto State Army model PA-15 semi-automatic rifle, serial number SCD 644399, 2, a 5.56mm caliber Ruger AR-556 semi-automatic rifle, serial number 855-45207, and 3, a 5.56mm caliber DPMS Panther Arms model A-15 semi-automatic rifle, serial number FFH 294980, without having such weapons secured in a locked container or equipped with a tamper-resistant mechanical lock or other safety device properly engaged so as to render such large capacity weapon inoperable by any person other than the owner or other lawfully authorized user. And such large capacity weapon was stored or kept in a place where a person under the age of 18 may have had access without committing an unforeseeable trespass. that Stephen Anthony Perez, otherwise known as Lucha El Por Libertad, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did store or keep a rifle and shotgun that is not a large capacity weapon as defined in section 121 of chapter 140 of the general laws, to wit, a 12-gauge Mossberg model 930 semi-automatic shotgun, serial number AF 229534, and a 308 Win Remington model 700 bolt action rifle, without having said weapon secured in a locked container or equipped with a tamper-resistant mechanical lock or other safety device, properly engaged so as to render such weapon inoperable by any person other than the owner or other lawfully authorized user, and said weapon was stored or kept in a place where a person under the age of 18 who does not possess a valid firearms identification card issued under section 129B of chapter 140 may have access without committing an unforeseeable trespass. That Stephen Anthony Perez, also known as Lucha El Por Libertad, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield, in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did in the commission or attempted commission of a felony use or wear body armor, so-called, or some protective covering for the body or parts thereof, made of resin-treated glass fiber cloth, or any other material or combination of materials designed to prevent, deflect, or deter the penetration thereof of ammunition, knives, or other weapons. And that Stephen Anthony Perez, also known as Lucha El Por Libertad, on the 3rd day of July, in the year 2021 at Wakefield, in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did violate provisions of paragraph A of section 10 of chapter 269 of the general laws by means of a loaded firearm, to wit, 1, a 9mm Luger caliber CZ model P10C semi-automatic pistol, serial number C593014, 2, a 22 caliber Glock model 44 semi-automatic pistol, serial number AELY222, and 3, a 9mm Luger caliber Taurus model G3 semi-automatic pistol, serial number ABL140844. And that Stephen Anthony Perez, also known as Lucha El Por Libertad, on the 3rd day of July in the year 2021 at Wakefield in the county of Middlesex aforesaid, did own, possess, or transfer possession of ammunition, that being quantities of ammunition of various calibers recovered from a Honda Ridgeline pickup truck in a Ford Transit van by the state police, and invoiced as items 2-21, 2-22, and 2-23. Without complying with the requirements related to the firearm identification card provided for in section 129C of chapter 140 of the general laws, against the peace of said Commonwealth and contrary to the form of the statute. In such case, they made and provided a true bill. To these indictments, members of the jury, the defendants have pleaded they are not guilty. In the trial, therefore, they have placed themselves upon the country, which country you are. You're now sworn to try the issue. If they are guilty, you shall say so. If they are not guilty, you shall say so and no more. Members of the jury, you'll now hearken to the evidence. You may be seated.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. Jurors, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay close attention to the evidence you will see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. We will then meet together in private to consider the evidence, apply those legal rules, and work together to reach a verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I will give you some initial instructions. I will explain the indictments that the clerk just read aloud briefly and describe what will happen during the trial. I will then explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's roles, and your role as jurors. I will discuss a few of the legal rules that apply in this case, and I will explain some important things that you must do and other things that you must not do during this trial. Those instructions that you will be familiar, I think, to all of you. A moment ago, our clerk, Ms. Noble, read the language of the indictments in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. In less formal terms, the indictments in this case charge Jamal Latimer, also known as Jamal Abdullah Bey, and Stephen Perez, also known as Lucha El Por Libertad, or Lucha El, with 9 counts relating to the unlawful possession and or carrying of firearms and ammunition, improper storage of firearms, and the use of body armor during the commission of a felony. Additionally, Mr. Abdullah Bey is charged with providing false information to police during an arrest. The indictments that Ms. Noble just read to you are not evidence in this case. And that there are charges against the defendants does not mean that they are guilty of those charges. As I told you when we were choosing our jurors, Mr. Abdullah Bey and Mr. Lucia L have pleaded not guilty in this case. At the end of the trial, you will decide whether the prosecution has proved each charge beyond a reasonable doubt. When I finish with these initial instructions, the prosecutor will make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. Defense counsel may choose to give an opening statement after the prosecutor's opening. They may choose instead to defer their openings until after the Commonwealth has presented its case against Mr. Abdullah Bey and Mr. Lucia L, or indeed not to give an opening at all. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other tangible things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then Mr. Abdullah Bey and Mr. Lucia L will have a chance to call additional witnesses if they choose to. Each of the attorneys may question each witness. After you see and hear all the evidence, the attorneys will make a closing argument to summarize the evidence and to suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you hear and see during the trial, but the opening statements and closing arguments themselves are not evidence. That's, by the way, parenthetically, why you don't have notebooks right now. In a moment, I'll explain to you a little bit about note taking, but we don't have you take notes on opening statements or closing arguments because they're not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules you must apply in deciding this case. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. My job as the judge in this case is to make sure the case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you hear and see only evidence that is allowed under our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you hear and see at this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate legally for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection during the trial, that means that the lawyer thinks that a particular answer or exhibit violates the rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question, or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means the witness may not answer the question, or the party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules, you may not consider the answer or exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess what the evidence might have been. There may be times during the trial when I instruct you to disregard something or allow a motion to strike from the record, something that you have already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit I tell you to disregard or that I strike from the record is not evidence, and you may not consider it. As the judge in this case, I must also explain the law to you. At the end of the trial, I will give you detailed instructions about the law you must follow to decide this case. I will give you those instructions orally, out loud, as I'm doing now, and will also give you a written version to read along with as I give you the instructions and to take it back with you into the jury room and the deliberations. The lawyers have their own vitally important role in this trial. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side, as I just discussed. You must not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when there is a potential issue about whether you may see, hear, or consider something. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all the evidence, you will decide who and what to believe and whether the prosecution has proved that either of the defendants is guilty of one or more of the crimes charged based on the legal principles I will explain to you again at the trial. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear during this trial and on my instructions on the law. You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses, as you recall it, and any documents or other things that become exhibits. Other things you will see and hear during the trial are not evidence. For example, as I mentioned just a moment ago, the attorney's opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask by themselves are not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions standing alone are not. A very important part of your job, as I mentioned, as jurors, is to decide whom and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or not, it is up to you to decide whether or not you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of it, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or not. In deciding whom and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Although witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that the witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate, or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of the person's testimony was not accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I am required to have no opinion about whom or what you should believe or about how you should decide this case. Please do not take anything I say or do during the trial to suggest to you what to believe or how to decide the case. The parties and I chose you to be jurors in this case because we believe you will be fair, keep an open mind, and not favor either side when you evaluate the evidence to decide the case. As you work together to reach a verdict, you will have to be completely fair to both sides. Not let sympathy, prejudice, personal likes or dislikes influence you in any way. You must consider the evidence calmly, carefully, and dispassionately. As you listen to the evidence and then decide this case, remember that everyone in this case is entitled to your fair consideration and to a verdict based on the evidence and not on assumptions or any kind of bias. Because we are human, each of us has our own built-in expectations and assumptions based on our personal experience and background. You may have heard this described as implicit or unconscious bias. As a result, we are often a bit more comfortable with people who seem to be like ourselves, and may be more willing to trust what they say and treat it as more important. But as jurors, you need to do your very best to put aside your subconscious expectations and assumptions and approach this case with a truly open mind. As I mentioned, there are certain legal rules that you must follow in this case. I will discuss them in much more detail at the end of the trial, but here are some key things you should know from the beginning. And some of these things we've already gone over a bit in the jury selection process, and so they may sound familiar. We repeat them because they are so vitally important. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime in this country, in this Commonwealth, is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Mr. Abdullah Bey and Mr. Lucha L are presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider them to be innocent now, and must still consider them to be innocent at the end of the trial, unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt, through evidence presented during the trial, that either of the defendants committed one or more of the crimes charged. I will explain what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt in just a moment. Mr. Abdullah Bey and Mr. Lucha L do not have to do anything to convince you they are innocent. Do not have to explain anything. They do not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume that they are innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Mr. Abdullah Bey and Mr. Michel beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendants. At the end of the trial, after you have heard and seen all the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you will discuss the evidence and decide on your verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about Mr. Abdullah Bey or Mr. Michael's guilt on a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find each defendant guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So, as you now know, the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendants are guilty of the charges brought against them. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your mind an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based only on the evidence that has been has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until they are proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecution. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendants are more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of each defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As I've mentioned a couple of times, at the end of the trial, I will instruct you on each of the things, lawyers sometimes call them elements, that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt to prove that the defendants committed the crimes charged. For now, however, I will give you a brief overview of the things that the Commonwealth must prove in order to prove that each of the defendants committed the offense of unlawful possession of a large capacity weapon. To prove this offense, the Commonwealth must prove 5 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant possessed a weapon or had a weapon under his control in the vehicle. Second, the item met the legal definition of a large capacity weapon. Third, the defendant knew he possessed that weapon or had that weapon under his control in the vehicle. Fourth, the defendant knew that the weapon met the legal definition of a large capacity weapon and or that the weapon was capable of holding more than 10 rounds of ammunition. Fifth, the defendant did not have a valid license to carry firearms when he possessed the weapon. As I mentioned at the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instruction on each of these things that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt to prove that the defendant committed this offense. Also, each of the other crimes with which each defendant is charged, each of the other crimes has several elements. I will explain those to you in detail in my final instructions as well. For now, I have explained these things that the Commonwealth must prove as to the crime of unlawful possession of a large capacity weapon, so you are generally familiar with how crimes are defined in the law. The Commonwealth alleges that Mr. Abdullah Bey and Mr. Michael each committed some of the crimes themselves and some in collaboration with others, that is, as part of a joint venture. A defendant knowingly participates in the commission of a crime if the defendant intentionally participates in some meaningful way in the commission of the crime, with the intent required to commit it. Such participation may take any of several forms. It may take the form of personally committing the acts that constitute the crime, or of aiding or assisting another in committing those acts. It may take the form of asking or encouraging another person to commit a crime, or helping to plan the commission of the crime. Alternatively, it may take the form of agreeing to stand by at or near the scene of the crime to act as a lookout, or to provide aid or assistance in committing the crime, or in escaping if such help becomes necessary. The agreement to help if needed does not need to be made through a formal or explicit written or oral advance plan or agreement. It is enough consciously to act together before or during the crime with the intent of making the crime succeed. The Commonwealth must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time each defendant knowingly participated in the commission of the crimes charged. I'm sorry, let me start over because I read that in order. The Commonwealth must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time each defendant knowingly participated in the commission of the crimes charged, he had or shared the intent required for that crime. You are permitted, but not required to, infer each defendant's mental state or intent from his knowledge of the circumstances or any subsequent participation in the crime. The inferences you draw must be reasonable, and you may rely on your experience and common sense in determining each defendant's knowledge and intent. Mere knowledge that a crime is to be committed is not sufficient to convict the defendants as joint venturers. The Commonwealth must also prove more than mere association with a perpetrator or perpetrators of the crime, either before or after its commission. Prosecution must also prove more than a failure to take appropriate steps to prevent the commission of the crime. Mere presence at the scene of the crime is not enough to find a defendant guilty. Presence alone does not establish a defendant's knowing participation in the crime, even if a person knew about the intended crime in advance and took no steps to prevent it. To find either defendant guilty, there must be proof that the defendant intentionally participated in some fashion in committing that particular crime and had or shared the intent required to commit it. It is not enough to show that the defendants simply were present when the crime was committed or that they knew about it in advance. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all the exhibits with you in the jury room. We cannot provide you with transcripts of any witness's testimony, however, so you will have to rely on your memory of what each witness tells you. You may take notes during the trial if you wish. Again, our court officers will give you a notebook or notepad and a pen or pencil before the first witness testifies. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help them focus on the testimony and remember what the witness has said. Some of you may not wish to take any notes, which is fine. Whether you take notes or not is entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding whom and what to believe, you should watch and listen to each witness carefully. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you decide whether and how much to believe the witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you or other jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and pens at the end of each trial day and keep them safe until they are returned to you the next morning. When the trial is over, the court officers will destroy your notes. During the trial, if you have any trouble hearing or seeing, please raise your hand or let a court officer know, and we will make any necessary adjustments. We generally take a morning recess at about 11 a.m., but if you need a break at any other time, please raise your hand or let a court officer know, and we'll take a break. If you need to communicate with me during the trial, please let a court officer know, or give the court officer a note to bring to me. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over now to counsel for the Commonwealth to present the Commonwealth's opening statement.
Thank you, President. Will you be heard briefly on the whisper device? Thank you. Okay, please, report. Morning, jurors. So we know a little bit about the case from the church and the judge meeting, but what you're going to hear in the next several days of testimony is that July 3rd, 2020, Saturday, was a cool, rainy, damp that night. And that night, a young state police trooper, Ryan Casey, was on patrol in Wakefield. As part of his routine duties, patrol like any other night at the time. When he was in Wakefield on Interstate 95, he took note of a vehicle that was off pulled to the right of the shoulder and did a breakdown. This vehicle had a flashing. It's a van. This is around 1:10, 1:15. And so, as troopers often do, Trooper Casey pulled over and checked on what was on the vehicle since it was in the middle of the night, not a major night. He was in uniform, you'll learn. He was operating Mark's police vehicle. He got out with his flashlight to go see what was going on with this vehicle. He began to walk towards it. And as he got closer to the vehicle, he saw someone coming toward him. Realized that there was the van, but there was also a second vehicle parked a little further ahead, also off in the breakdown. The man began to approach him. Trooper Casey noted that this man was dressed in camouflage, in fatigues, military style clothing. That this man was wearing heavy body armor type vest with magazines attached to it. One of the magazines is the component of a rifle or pistol, both the ammunition fired. Well, what really drew his attention as this man was approaching him and sort of came with him was the rifle this man was wearing slung across his body. A large rifle with a magazine connected to it, with a stock, with a grip, the kind of rifle you might see in an action movie or a battle. And so Trooper Casey immediately was concerned. And this individual, you'll learn, was one of the defendants before you, Jamal Latimer, who approached Trooper Casey and identified himself as Jamal. As Trooper Casey began to quickly try to figure out what was going on there, why this person, why Mr. Latimer was armed in this way on the side of the road. As he began to talk to Mr. Latimer, other individuals began to congregate near them, coming from the van and the area nearby. These individuals were dressed similar to Mr. Latimer. Camouflage pants, shirts, similar looking body armor vests. Some of them had magazines connected to those vests. Some of them had radios. And some of them were also armed, visibly. You'll learn about an individual, one of the individuals you'll see in some of the photos and videos that you'll see during the trial was wearing a black ski mask pulled down over his face in the middle of this July evening. This individual was carrying a large rifle with a magazine connected to it, large capacity magazine, meaning a magazine that will hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition. Magazines connected to his vest. He had a large survival knife connected, one on his hip. You'll see other stills and individuals also dressed in similar camouflage military style clothing with similar military looking weapons that all began to congregate as Trooper Casey began to talk to Mr. Latimer. And what ensued, what you'll learn, was Trooper Casey trying to identify who these persons were, why they were there, why they were armed in this action, where they were going, and where they had come from. You'll learn that it quickly became obvious that there were quite a number of people involved At one point, Trooper Casey saw as many as 8 people, all dressed in this with these camouflage clothing, all wearing similar types of body armor. Some of them openly carrying rifles or other weapons with them on the side of the road. It also became quickly apparent from talking to Mr. Latimer that nobody in the group had any identification. They had not brought any driver's license. Mr. Latimer told Trooper Casey, in fact, that he had told the group, which he referred to as his men, not to bring any identification because of the nature of what they were up to, which he described as traveling through Massachusetts up to Maine to train what he called his militia. He described his militia as being a militia group from Rhode Island. You'll learn that Trooper Casey, as he's taking note of who's where and who's carrying which weapons, many of the magazines, both connected to the rifles and worn on the vests of various individuals, had viewports inside, and you could see the color of brass through that viewport, indicating to him that those magazines were not empty, they were full of ammunition. The conversation remained cordial, but it became clear that Mr. Latimer, who acted as a spokesperson for the group, who interacted with Trooper Casey as other members of the group stood by and listened and sometimes took direction from him, that nobody had licenses to carry firearms. And in fact, you will learn during this trial the identities of all these people who were involved in this. And that is a fact that nobody with license to carry any of these firearms. And what ensued was Mr. Latimer's efforts to essentially try to talk the situation away. He presented Trooper Casey with a series of explanations, some of which you'll hear about during the case, as proper justifications of why they could be open carrying these weapons on the side of the road. And you know now from both the impanelment process and the pre-charge this morning that any legal instructions in the case are not going to come from this table or the defense table. But the law that governs this case is going to come from Judge Dean. But you'll hear about some of the explanations that Mr. Latimer gave to Trooper Casey. And you'll see some evidence that many of them are false. For example, you'll learn that the group was not all from Pawtucket, Rhode Island, as he represented. They were from all different areas. And you'll learn that as different people are identified and documents confirming those identities are presented to you. You'll learn that they were not, in fact, a militia. They're not connected to anything involving the state of Rhode Island or Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And this back and forth ensued for a period of time, even as Trooper Casey asked the supervisor to come out, help deal with the situation, and try to figure out what was going on. Trooper Casey, you'll learn, also tried to identify who was actually driving the two vehicles. And in doing this, Mr. Latimer insisted on accompanying him and sort of interposed himself between the drivers, Trooper Casey, as he talked to the drivers, sort of acting as a spokesperson back and forth. You'll see the video. It became clear not only that nobody had license to carry firearms, but nobody even had driver's licenses. The vehicles they were driving in were not even registered, although Mr. Latimer told the police they were open vehicles. He confirmed that the registrations had expired sometime in the past. And all of this, according to Mr. Latimer, he kept explaining away as something that they could do because his view they were open. So as this situation unfolded from shortly after 1 a.m. during the morning hours, July 3rd, other officers began to arrive to provide assistance. You'll see some of the videos of officers on scene dealing with it. What ensued, as Trooper Casey tried to deal with this group, was a request that the group take the guns they were holding, at least for the time being, put them back in the vehicles so they could figure the situation. And that issue became sticking point ultimately for Mr. Latimer, because Mr. Latimer made clear that his men, his group, was in no way going to do that. Absolute refusal to put any guns down. Even putting aside what would ultimately happen. Keep open carrying those weapons on the side of the road during this encounter in the middle of the night as motorists drive. Supervisor showed up and also talked to Mr. Latimer. Mr. Latimer and other members of the group persisted in this insistence that they open carry these unlicensed weapons on the side of the road. You will see evidence in the form of photographs, portions of Trooper Casey's body-worn camera. You'll learn that the state police had started rolling out body-worn cameras shortly before this, so there is some body-worn camera footage you can see. You'll also learn that Mr. Latimer himself was wearing his own body-worn camera and made recordings. And you'll learn that in different portions where the police were out of earshot, he was giving members of his words, his militia, his men, directions to basically prepare in case the police tried to arrest him, including where to aim, how to escape with the truck, and so on and so forth. You'll be presented with recordings of those, and I expect there will be a transcript to be able to follow along with those to see what their real intention. And this is all going on, you'll see as Trooper Casey is talking to them, going back to the cruiser, coming back, trying to get more information, try to figure the situation out. So there were two vehicles so far. Ultimately, there's a group by the van, there's a group by the pickup truck further ahead. Trooper Casey dealt with the driver of the van when this person didn't have a driver's license. He dealt with the driver of the pickup truck, who also had no information. And when it became clear that the group simply could not drive away in the registered vehicles, it had nobody licensed to drive the vehicles, it had no licenses to possess these weapons. You learn that essentially an impasse was reached where Mr. Latimer's men were not willing to put any of their guns down. So the police began to wait it out. They backed up, they created distance, they took steps to try to contain the scene so that nobody could escape. They called in other officers, including the unit called the SOP team, to basically handle this potentially very volatile situation, but contain it. This ensued for several hours. And during this time, Mr. Latimer continued to act as the group spokesperson. Now, Trooper Casey did not immediately deal with the second defendant, who was on trial before him, Perez. And you will learn through watching Mr. Latimer's own body camera recordings, watching some of the recordings in that. And Mr. Perez was part of the group. He was one of the people wearing body armor, dressed in camouflage, military style clothing. He was with other members of the group who Trooper Casey did not deal with directly in the initial stages of the encounter. And you will hear, I expect, conversations where Mr. Latimer both discusses with him the status of all the firearms they have in these vehicles. And at one point even allows him to hold the rifle that Mr. Latimer had to hold while he's doing something else. So it will become clear to you that Mr. Perez was present. He was involved in what Mr. Latimer termed as militia, and that there will be discussions about the firearms involved in Mr. Perez. And this standoff went on until almost 10 or 11 o'clock the next morning. From about 1:10 in the morning to about 10 o'clock the next morning. Eventually, the group gave up. During that time, you'll learn 2 individuals were apprehended coming out of the woods in a nearby part of Wakefield, about a half mile away from the standoff happened. They were observed jogging down the street. They were dressed in the same camouflage fatigues, body armor. They were observed jogging away from the rough area where the standoff happened. And police who were in the area and were on alert to be looking for anybody trying to get away, stopped them. One of these individuals was carrying a pistol on his person. It was loaded, it had a second magazine to go with that pistol. And these two individuals were members of the original group for Casey dealt. One, you'll learn, had actually been the driver of the vehicle. The other had been with the pickup truck and had talked to Trooper Casey about potentially driving. These two individuals were on 6 a.m. were apprehended about half mile away. Around 10 o'clock, 10:30, the rest of the individuals at the roadside on 128, 95 northbound, ultimately surrendered. They were arrested one by one. They were arrested peacefully. They left all their weapons in the vehicles that the police instructed them to do. One by one, they came toward the police with their hands up. They were arrested. They were checked out for any medical needs they might have. And one by one, they were arrested and identified, photographed, and information identifying who they were was obtained. You will see some of that information. You will see that among the information, as I stated before, none of these people were licensed. Because that's a carry into these firearms at all. Again, Judge Deaton gave you a very preliminary charge on the concept of joint venture. I'm not going to talk about the law on that. But what you will see here is a group that came together for a purpose to possess these firearms. They maintained their position possessing these firearms despite the police telling them to put them down for hours. The group included Mr. Latimer, who acted as essentially the leadership role. Mr. Perez, who participated in his own fashion by joining the group, coming into Massachusetts from outside the state with the group, despite the fact that he's a resident of the Bronx. Dressed along with the group, put on body armor with the group prior to coming to Massachusetts, stayed with the group throughout this hours-long encounter with the state police and discussed the firearms. So you will see evidence of joint participation of all the people. You will also have some physical exhibits. I expect you will have some of the firearms presented to you for you to examine, some of the body armor, as well as the recordings. You will also, I expect, see evidence recovered from cell phones found on the scene as people were arrested. But this had been a planned event, planned by Mr. Latimer and other individuals ahead of time. And then individuals that come from different locations to get together to make this happen. So it's not a spontaneous thing. After the arrest, you'll learn that the vehicle was searched and a large number of weapons were seized. The clerk had read the indictments to you that lists all the different rifles, semi-automatic rifles, large capacity magazines, pistols, so on and so forth, recovered from those vehicles. The only weapon not recovered in those vehicles was the pistol found on one of the two gentlemen who was arrested nearby in Wakefield, who had come from that group in the first place. You'll learn that all those weapons were recovered by the state police. They were taken to a laboratory. They were examined by a trained ballistician to see if they were in fact firearms, rifles, or shotguns, whether the magazines could hold more than 10 rounds. He did all those things. He test fired all the various weapons. You'll hear testimony from Sergeant Jones explaining how he did all these things, and all these things were in fact operable: firearms, rifles, shotguns, live ammunition, as the case. You'll also learn that one of the individuals, and there were a total of 11 who were arrested, 2 in Wakefield, 9 on scene. Mr. Latimer and Mr. Perez were arrested on scene. One of the group members with them was under 18. He was a 17-year-old minor child from the Bronx who would come with other members to join this group to ride up from parts outside the state in these vehicles with all these weapons. You'll also learn that during the search of the vehicles, the items you would normally need to safely transport and secure weapons across state lines, such as trigger locks or a lock in the container, the gun separate from the ammunition, not present. So that this child was with them during the trip into Massachusetts and throughout the encounter with the state police, which ultimately ended on the morning of July 3rd. And you'll see information identifying that person as well, making clear that he was under the age of. So at the end of this, again, this is just a roadmap, what we expect the evidence to look like. At the end of this, we'll get a chance to speak again, and Judge Deacon will give you a more fulsome charge on how the law works, especially as it pertains to multiple participants in charged crimes. But when you watch the videos, you look at the stills, you listen to the conversation, you read the transcripts, you examine the physical evidence. At the end of this case, the only verdict that will be supported by that evidence is a verdict of guilty on all charges. As to both defendants, and with respect to Mr. Latimer, you'll also learn that in addition to the weapons charges, he maintained this identity that he gave to trooper police throughout the encounter, the identity of Jamal Latimer. You'll learn it's not his true name, it's an assumed name. And you'll learn that he persisted in that even post-arrest. And the only verdict supported by all the evidence, including that, that's all the charges. Thank you.
And before we turn to the defense, I'm just going to urge the jurors, if anybody wants to stand and stretch for a few minutes, so please feel free. And with that, you wish to hear? Now you can take the opportunity to stand and stretch for us. Speak over that.
Was not the plan. The plan was to go to rural Maine. What was supposed to have happened was essentially a camping trip. Nobody in the group of people in the two cars planned for or asked for some kind of a standoff or some sort of a containment situation with the police. But what happened that morning, July 3rd, was Mr. Abdullah found himself in a situation where people in his group walked up to him so that they could leave the highway that morning alive and not in the body. You may hear some drama about the standoff or the containment situation. And it should be made clear, nobody in this case is charged with committing an 8-hour standoff. They're not charged with trying to commit some sort of anti-police act. They're not charged with trying to create some sort of a bank heist here. They're not charged with pointing their weapons at any of the police. They're not charged with taking a shot at anybody. None of that. All we have here is, at its distilled essence, is possessory type offenses, and then the false statement, improper storage type charges. But as you hear the term standoff or containment situation, or any evidence from the police about how they handled the 8-hour part of the situation, they're not even charged with resisting arrest. They're just charged, in essence, with these possessory type offenses. When you hear about the first trooper who comes upon the two cars that stopped along the side of the road, remember, this wasn't some car chase. This wasn't, they weren't even pulled over for some sort of unlawful driving. The trooper came upon them and essentially was just checking on their well-being. But in terms of the plan, whatever that plan was, it was not to commit some violent criminal act. Now, expounding on these possessory type offenses, and you heard them this morning from the court. So Mr. Abdullah is, some of the charges are for what he's accused of having on his person directly. There's charges just for what's on him. And then there are charges for what is on or with other people, according to the Commonwealth's case. And the judge gave you a preview of an instruction about when people are essentially in on it to commit a crime together. And that's an additional thing that the government needs to prove. They need to prove the actual crime of the weapons themselves, but also it's something in addition that they need to prove for the evidence that are not alleged to have been on Mr. Abdullah. The judge told you mere knowledge that a crime is going to be committed is not enough to convict. They need to prove more than mere association with people. And it's also not enough to show that somebody was present when a crime was committed or that they knew about it in advance. And I ask you to remember those things when the Commonwealth is attempting to prove some sort of a criminal plan here to try to establish that they all had some sort of possession of other people's weapons and other people's ammunition. You were briefly instructed on the burden of proof in this case. It's not 80-80, it's not 80 probably, it's not any more likely than not. It is something that we call beyond a reasonable doubt. And not only does the government need to the elements of each offense beyond original theft, but they need to prove that there was a joint venture beyond a reasonable doubt as well. And the evidence for that is just, we don't expect that it's gonna be there. And Mr. Abdullah is presumed innocent now, today, this morning. And at the end of this trial, I will ask you all to give him the benefit of that reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Mr. Perez, looking on.
Fourth of July is America's Independence Day. Federal holiday, day off from work. People celebrate July 4th in all sorts of different ways. Some people like to see fireworks or go to local parades. Some people have barbecues with their friends or family. Some people take advantage of the extra day off and go out of town. On the July 4th weekend of 2021, 11 men, including Mr. Luchel and Mr. Abdullah, were traveling on Interstate 95 North, driving from Rhode Island to Maine for campings. These men had tents and sleeping bags and food. They had fire and bugs. And yes, some of these men also had firearms and ammunition, but not Mr. Luchel. Mr. Luchel did not possess any of the firearms we're going to hear about during this trial. He was not in control of them. He did not intend to control them. And he did not intentionally help anybody else illegally possess weapons in Massachusetts. Mr. Luchel spent his July 4th, 2021 at the police station waiting for court. And the day before, July 3rd, was a terrifying nightmare for him. Mr. Luchel spent July 3rd trapped on the side of the highway. He heard it was an unseasonably cold day, it was raining, and he was stuck. In the first 30 minutes of being on the side of that highway, there were 4 uniformed armed police officers and 4 police cruisers. In an hour, the highway exit and entrance near where this group was being blocked off. And Mr. Luchel and the 10 other men were being completely surrounded by armed police officers. Within 2 hours, the Massachusetts State Police had called in virtually every asset they had. Special tactical teams, armored police trucks, local police troops. You will hear they called in the bomb squad, that there were police drones flying in the air above this group of men. You will hear that the police actually requested help from New Hampshire, the New Hampshire police officers. They brought additional armor. You will hear that just before this encounter ended, those armored police trucks started driving in on either side of the group of men, corralling them. You'll hear the police use something called an LVAD, a long-range acoustic device, to make a loud, high-pitched noise to debilitate and confuse these men before they were arrested. And throughout this entire time, you will hear that the police were in communication with one person from this group. And that was not Mr. Luchel. It was Mr. Abdullah, the man in charge. The police never communicated with Mr. Luchel until after he was arrested, 9 hours later, after this encounter. Now, this would be a terrifying experience for anybody to be surrounded by such an overwhelming police presence. But as you've already seen for yourself, Mr. Luchel is a Latino man. 8 of the 11 men on the highway were black, and 3 were Latinos. This case is about control and intent. It's about who was in control of the weapons and ammunition the police found in the Honda pickup truck in the Florida van. It's about who had the intention to control those items. And it's also about what options Mr. Luchel had, stuck on the side of the highway, surrounded by armed police officers, with no ability to communicate with anyone except for the men who were there with him. I'm going to ask you to think about a few key points during the evidence in the trial to help you with your deliberation when the trial is over. First, I want you to pay attention to the evidence you're going to hear about what I've just been talking about, the police response and the police presence that day. And as you listen to that testimony and see it, I want you to think about how that police response and police force impacted Mr. Luchael's actions that day and impacted all of the men's actions that day. Second, I'm going to ask you to listen carefully to the testimony and watch carefully when you see some body camera footage about the interactions between Mr. Abdullah Bey and the police that day, and also between Mr. Abdullah Bey and the other men on site. There will be no question that Mr. Abdullah Bey was the man in charge. He was in charge of the other men on the scene, including Mr. Luchael. He was the person speaking with the police throughout that encounter, explaining to the police where the group was coming from and going to, and what they were doing. He was explaining to the police why he was allowed to have these firearms in Massachusetts. And he was explaining to the police why he wasn't going to put them down or ask any of his men to put down any firearms. I expect that every police officer who testified in this trial is going to tell you that it was instantly clear Mr. Abdullah Bey was in charge. So as you listen to that evidence, I ask you to think about what that tells you about who was in control of those weapons that day. And finally, I'm going to ask you to pay attention to the relatively small amount of information you're going to hear about Mr. Luchael. You're going to hear that he was on the highway with 10 other men that day. You're going to hear he had virtually no interaction with the police until he was arrested. Any camera footage or photos you see of Mr. Luchael, I expect will be from Mr. Abdullah Bey's body, not from the police, because the police weren't interacting. The government's going to point to a few statements that they claim Mr. Luchael made, show you a few images of him, and try to convince you that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Luchael possessed these weapons. But what you will actually see is the government has very little information about Mr. Luchael from that day. And they are really stretching to try to prove these charges against him. Being a juror is not an easy job. You all went through a very long process before you were impaneled on this jury. And you agreed throughout that process that you would not make any decisions based on bias or stereotypes or assumptions. That pledge is going to be particularly important in this case, because you may not like everything you see and hear about this group of men that was on the highway on July 3rd. Some of what you hear may seem strange or confusing, but you will have to set aside your personal reaction and focus just on the evidence at the trial. It's also difficult being a juror in a case involving multiple defendants like this, because you have to pay careful attention during the trial so that when you deliberate, you can assess the government's evidence for each separate charge against each separate defendant, Mr. Luchael and Mr. Abdullah Bey. You've already heard, and you will hear again from the judge when you get your final instruction, there is no guilt by association. The government can't prove their case against Mr. Luchael by suggesting he associated with someone else who was in possession of those firearms. The judge will also instruct you, and already has given you a preview, that merely being present where a firearm is found, and in fact even knowing a firearm is there, is not enough to prove that Mr. Luchael was in possession of any of these weapons. The government must prove that Mr. Luchael had the ability and intention to control those weapons, or that he knowingly and intentionally participated in somebody else's possession of those weapons. Mr. Luchael, just like every person in America charged with a crime, was presumed innocent. It is the government's burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral truth. That is the highest burden in our criminal legal. The government won't be able to meet this burden because Mr. Luchael did not possess those weapons. For that reason, when I have another opportunity to speak with you at the end of this trial, I will ask you to find it not.
Thanks, Ms. Thurcombe. We will at this point take a morning recess, and I'll ask everyone to we'll try to keep it to the no more than 10 or 15 minutes. I understand that we're sharing facilities, so it may take a bit longer than that, and no one should feel rushed. On the other hand, I would ask everybody to attend personal matters as expeditiously as possible. And once everyone's had a chance to do that, we'll reconvene. Bear in mind, jurors, that we take our lunch break this week at 12:35, so it won't be that much time. We'll start hearing evidence, then we'll break for lunch at 12:35. So everyone can be back here as close to 10 or 15 minutes as possible. I appreciate it.
Cool, all rise. Jurors exiting. Follow me, please.
All rise, jurors. You may be seated. Goes back to session. Mediation next. First witness. Yeah, thank you. Commonwealth call Brian Casey. We have to start right here. Face the clerk. Everybody's ready.
Please solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Morning, Chief of Level. On the honor. You may proceed. Thank you.
Morning, sir. Could you give the jury your full name, please, and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Ryan Casey. It's spelled C-A-S-E-Y.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a state trooper.
How long have you been employed by the Mass State Police?
Since June of 2019.
And what did you do before you were with the state police?
I went to college.
Part of the your training with the state police, is there an academy you really go to?
Yeah.
What's that academy?
The State Police Academy.
Where's that?
New Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are the topics that are typically covered in the training at that academy for new troopers?
Highway safety is everything that's focused on, because when you graduate from the academy, started as a uniform road trooper, Iowa.
How long is that academy?
6 months.
On July 3rd, 2021, were you working as a trooper that day?
Yes,
What was your assignment that day?
I was the self patrol out of the state police damage tracks.
Damage.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the shift you were working?
The midnight shift.
Is that a position that you were working in uniform?
Yes.
You have a vehicle, a cruiser patrol?
Yes.
Was that also marked?
The marked period.
Let me direct your attention to about 1:15 in the morning of July 3rd. Were you on patrol at that point?
Yes.
Where were you?
195 northbound, just prior to North Ave, Wakefield.
What were the conditions like that night? Well,
It was rain, misty rain.
did something catch your attention or draw your attention at that point? That location?
Yes, in the right-hand breakdown lane, I observed a Ford Transit van. This had the lights on.
What color was it?
Blue.
And where was it?
Yeah, to the right of the travel lanes, the right breakdown lane.
And what did you do at that point, if any?
And then activated my rear emergency lights, the blue lights, that face the rear. Positioned it in the breakdown lane behind the transit van. To check on the vehicle.
When you first observed it before pulling over, were you able to see persons around the vehicle?
No.
Right. When you pulled up, what kind of lighting did you have on the front of your vehicle facing the van?
Facing the van, it was just the regular, because it was just a regular vehicle, headlights on with a spotlight. We call them takedown lights, which is just a white light that comes from the light bar.
So that's on the light bar on the top of the vehicle. Okay. So what did you do at that point?
I exited the vehicle, my cruiser, and then I started to walk towards the guardrail, make a passenger side approach on the van.
I know you described being in uniform earlier. What was the outermost layer you were wearing to your uniform?
So due to the weather conditions, I was wearing the high vis version of my jacket, with my regular uniform pants, boots.
When you say high vis, what color?
Yellow.
All right, and so what, if anything, did you observe when you exited your cruiser and moved toward the van?
I observed approaching from front of the van, a gentleman wearing camo body armor with a rifle slung across his chest.
Where in relation to the van on the side of the road were you and then?
It was up close to the guardrail, it was also between the guardrail and the van itself.
Did you have any things in your hands at that point?
Flashlight.
When you observed this individual, where did that individual go?
He's walking towards me.
And is that individual here in the court today?
Yes.
Did you indicate where by pointing and describing an article that individual's clothing?
So he's wearing a white top and a head describe it headwear.
Okay. May the record reflect the witnesses identified, managed from all that. The record may reflect the identification. Thank you. All right. Did you end up getting closer to this individual?
With an arm's length.
Who approached whom?
So we're walking towards each other. I kind of came to more of a stop, and then the individual continued to walk towards me.
Did the defendant speak to you at that point?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say?
He identified himself as Jamal, and he advised that they were refueling their vehicles, and that they were a militia.
As you're speaking to the defendant, were the two of you alone at this point?
We were later joined by another individual.
Did that happen while you're having this introductory conversation with the defendant?
Fairly quickly, right at the beginning of the conversation.
So if you could describe the other individual and where that person came from.
Came from, again, in front of that van, the transit van. You said you wanted me to describe the individual?
Yes, please.
Yeah, he was wearing black body armor, and a similar camo military drab, where he also had a rifle slung across the chest.
And were you able to observe where that person stood in relation to you and the defendant, Mr. Latimer?
He stood behind Latimer in relation to me, and then he also faces back towards me, almost like to look down range, northbound on the highway. He also then covered his face with a covering.
When he had first appeared, had he appeared to you, with his back to you, or had he appeared to you from?
Frontward.
We turned?
Yes.
Did you observe any other individuals join you at the roadside during this time?
Yes.
Tell us about those people in terms of the description.
There was another individual, he was, again, he was shorter in stature, had a goatee, looked almost like with like a buzz cut, glasses. Again, wearing body armor, similar camo gear that the other two individuals were wearing. He did not have a rifle on him.
And where did this individual stand in relation to you, the defendant, and the second individual to the right?
Facing me to Jamal's right.
Okay. As you're speaking to the defendant, Mr. Latimer, did you make any observations about the front of his clothing and what he was wearing?
So he was wearing the body armor. On the body armor, you can see Velcro patch, a body camera, or a camera on his chest, and also his we had like magazines. The ammo magazine that went on to the body armor itself.
Okay. Did you make any observations about the magazines themselves and the colors of them?
They're black. It looked like magazines that you would put into a rifle.
Okay. You described those as ammo magazines on the outside of the body armor, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the defendant, Mr. Latimer, can you tell whether there was a magazine attached to his rifle?
Yes.
What did you observe about that? Yeah.
That one had a look-through window on the magazine, where you'd be able to tell if the magazine itself was loaded.
Did you make any observations about the colors in that look-through window?
I observed the brass-like colors and made it look as though that it was loaded.
All right. During this encounter, were you wearing a body worn camera issued by the police?
Yes.
Okay. How does that system work in terms of when it begins recording and capturing audio video?
So when we have an encounter with someone of the public, whether it be a traffic stop or checking on a disabled motor vehicle or showing up to a crash, on that encounter, press the button on the body camera itself. It then begins recording. There's a 30-second buffer zone prior to when that button is pressed that shows recordings without audio.
Does it capture the 30 seconds prior to when you hit the button?
Yes.
So if I hit the button now, it's not only going to start recording us now, but it's going to give you the last 30 seconds of video of what was going on. Is that right?
Correct.
Is there an indicator on the camera that lights up?
So when that button's pressed, it has a red indicator facing forward on that camera.
Okay. You described, I believe, on Mr. Latimer camera as well. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What do you remember about the camera?
It was a different model camera that's issued by our department, but again, it was attached to his chest. It had a red light on it. See, like a camera lens. It was like a box, like.
Okay. Prior to testifying today, did you review the recordings made by your body worn camera on the night of July, early morning hours of July 3rd, 2020?
I did.
Have you also reviewed still images taken from the recordings?
I have.
The before we get to when you're talking to the defendant, Mr. Latimer, said I believe he described that they were coming from where?
Rhode Island.
Going where?
To Maine.
After initially speaking to him, what did you do?
I returned to my cruiser and made a radio transmission to the other trooper working on shift to see if he could slide my way.
That mean respond to your location?
Yeah.
After going to your cruiser, where did you go after that?
And then returned back to Jamal at the rear of his
And did you have a further conversation with him at that point?
Yes.
And what did you ask him and wasn't done?
I asked them what their plans were. He advised that they were going up to Maine for training.
At that point, did you know who was driving the van that was on the side of the road? Did there come a point where you did anything to try to identify any of the people you had now seen on the side of the road?
So I asked Jamal if anyone had any forms of identification. He said no.
Did you ask him for any information about himself?
And then asked him for his name, date of birth.
Were you provided anything?
Yes.
What were you provided?
Jamal wrote down his name, date of birth.
Okay. Was it just Jamal or was it other information?
He wrote Jamal Abdullah Bay, his date of birth and his telephone number.
Okay. Did you do anything to try to identify shorter individual with the buzz haircut or the taller individual with the rifle?
So the shorter individual standing next to Jamal was, after Jamal gave me back my notebook and pen, I went to hand it to that individual, kind of looked at me with a blank stare. Then Jamal said, you know, you don't have to, provide the information. I said, you actually don't.
So a moment ago, I asked you about the recordings. Did you review any recordings prior to testifying this morning?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you an object. Ask you if you recognize what it is. I'll show it to you. Recognize what that is?
The USB drive.
And what are the contents of it? You know,
It's the has clips taken from the audio camera.
is there also a still image on here?
Yes,
How does that relate to your body?
it's a still taken from that body cam footage.
And your entire body worn camera recording from July 3rd. What's the approximate length of that whole thing?
Approximately 3 hours.
And are there moments in there where the camera is still running, but for example, you're sitting in your cruiser?
Yes,
Are there moments in there where the camera's still running, but you're standing and nobody's talking and nobody's near you?
correct.
The drive that I showed you, this is just clips from that?
Yes,
And what types of things, just generally, so we have a record of what types of things are captured in the clips on this drive?
conversations with individuals on scene.
Does that include Mr. Latimer?
Yes,
Your Honor, I would offer the drive as exhibit 1.
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, it would be exhibit 1.
It's small, so I brought an envelope, it can go in, it would mark the envelope.
That's fine.
Whatever your Honor prefers.
Do you need to actually use the thumb drive to show it to this?
I was gonna do it on the laptop.
Yeah, so it probably makes sense to me on the envelope then, because otherwise it's sticker later. We just have to be very careful to return that to the envelope.
Yes.
When it's not actually in use.
Yep.
So,
The transfer, Trooper, would you agree with this, the black SanDisk thumb drive with red lettering?
Yeah.
And there's audio in those clips on exhibit 1, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. Did you review transcripts of those recordings prior to testifying this morning?
I did.
And did you review them to see whether the transcript accurately captures statements made by the persons in the recording?
I did.
Are these all transcripts that you're in?
Yes,
I'm going to mark. Let me show you this. You can just take a minute and look through this. You see how it goes line by line and identifies statements by name?
yes,
Based on your conversation with Mr. Latimer and your participation in these chats, are the portions attributed to Mr. Latimer as the voice correctly identified?
yes,
There's a reference to somebody in there, Wilfredo Hernandez. You see that? Page 5.
Yes,
It's a conversation with you and that person, is that right?
correct.
Does it accurately attribute who's saying what in that transcript?
Yes,
There's a reference to somebody named Sergeant Burnham in the transcript as well. You know who Sergeant Burnham is?
yes,
Were you with him at some point on the night of July 3rd, 2021?
I wasn't.
The conversation where he's mentioned, does the transcript correctly attribute statements made by Sergeant Burnham in the transcript?
Yes,
Your Honor, I would offer this as maybe Exhibit 1A, and I have copies for the jurors, court, counsel, follow along.
Let me speak to counsel with a headset, just there's some logistics of this.
Of course.
listening to and watching the video. And if it helps you to understand what is being said on the video, that's its purpose. But if there's any discrepancy that you know, each of you individually know between what's on the recording and the transcript, you have to follow what's on the recording. That's the evidence. The transcript is just an aid to you, if it helps you, to follow the evidence. But the recording itself is the evidence, and that's what you have to go. Okay. You can pass it out. And it's that, we're just using the one screen. That screen is turned around. I'll hand you up to that. Oh, thank you very much. Copies, please. Very promising. What should you do? You want to extra help? Yeah. I don't even need it.
All right, Trooper, do you see that I've just started up first clip? The timestamp is 1:10:19 a.m. Do you see that? Oh,
I can't see from here.
okay. So, with the court permission, if you could just look at the TV.
Oh, sure.
Top right corner, do you see the timestamp? And that's this clip. And Trooper Casey, can you see it? Yeah, as well. This first clip, what are we about to look at?
This is me exiting my cruiser. I first approached that van. Okay, right now.
This should be a draft transfer, the transcript, the clip for this is in the transcript on page 1, it's not.
Yes.
What's going on, man? Yeah. We're gonna look from Rhode Island, we're heading to Maine, when we can take necessary steps. We have a few in our shop, so we're gonna gas up here, so that we can just keep going through. Okay, sit there real quick, right? I mean, it's still the guy, right? So, I just listen, I just need to make sure everything's better. I mean, you understand, but it's a little different state than normally do. That's fine. Do you guys have your licenses on you? Oh, no license. Do you know license? Can you tell the street license? Yes, that's fine. So in that first clip, who is the individual convicted in the clip standing behind Mr. Latimer?
Charles.
Is that the person you were describing earlier with the taller of the two individuals you described earlier that joined you by the roadside?
Yes.
First name that you said that's right.
Aaron.
Johnson.
At the end of that clip, you're walking back in the direction of your group, is that right?
Yes.
There's a second clip on drive, and you see in the transcript packet on page 2, the transcript for that.
Yes. Alright, so none of you guys have a license on you? No. Who's driving? Okay. So you have a license? No, wait, no. So do you have any form of identification? No. Okay. So you said you're a militia from Maine? Rhode Island, but we're going to Maine. Okay. And I can leave you my name and contact information. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Hey, your name? So let's see, what do you got, big plans? Also, I have a name of maintenance, so we're just doing some training up there. Yeah, what name? It's not your land, wait. Yeah, you acres. When we spoke with the sheriff. Keep up in Maine. I'll keep up in Maine, maybe it was, Bangers. You guys all from Rhode Island, or you guys just meeting me? Sorry. I was just in Rock Island last week. Hold on, it's a real misdemeanor. I already got you. Alright, if I could just get your name, date of birth, and social, you're right. I'm not social. You're not a social? Yeah. Were you born in the United States? Yeah. I'm just gonna go down the line. That's fine. They're handling. I just want whatever you want to give me. That's fine. You don't have to give me. No, you actually don't. I mean, you guys aren't driving a car or anything like that. No, I just want to make sure that we can continue going toward what we're going. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the situation now. I'm just no way. So you guys will be what you got the teams up. Yeah. Okay. Is the guy driving the car still up there? Yes. We'll go talk. You guys got 2 vehicles there? Yeah. Okay. If you don't mind, if you just kind of, I don't want you to go. I want to make sure you're safe. I'm fine. I was in the back door. No, that's fine. Come on, man. You need a license to be able to drive in Massachusetts. What's the next travel? Everybody shows you for vehicle. Some other issues. I just goes off and say it. Right back, just if you don't mind, can you stand with that, just walk away, that's cool.
If you recognize him, how you recognize.
First, they shot my body camera, a screenshot of them. So,
Depicting what?
this is depicting the taller individual, Aaron Johnson, as he's facing away from my camera.
Second.
Second one again is another still of my body camera. Shows Jamal Latimer when he first approaches me. I'm in between the van and the guardrail.
Third.
This third still is a still from my body camera. On the right side of the still, it shows Jamal standing directly in front of me, and Jamal's right, meaning the left side of the picture, is the shorter individual with the goatee and the buzz cut. I observed on my first account. And this fourth still is a closer look at my body camera of that individual with the buzz cut and the goatee, centered in the middle of the picture.
And the part of your body camera where that's taken from, what's happening at that point? What is this still depicting?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The action from your still, from the body camera involving that individual, what is going on when the still is taken?
It's my conversation with Jamal on our first account.
All right, I would offer these as the next exhibit collectively.
Can we make sure that,
They're in order.
right, I'd like, my preference is to do them, give them each their own exhibit number, if that's, if that interferes with your plans.
Oh, okay. Whatever the court.
So it'll be, there are 4 of them,
Yes.
so there'll be exhibits 2 through 5. I'm sorry, I didn't ask.
No
objection.
No objection.
Without objection, exhibits 2 through 5.
All right, with the court permission, I'm going to publish these.
You may.
Back to this. Projecting it the wrong way. Casey, I want to ask a question about what we just observed in the last clip from your body camera, the second clip. Going back to there's a point at which you appear to be speaking to Mr. Latimer, and you have a notepad in your hand.
Yes.
You call that? And you offer it to sort of present that notepad to an individual standing next to Mr. Latimer. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Which individual is that?
That's the shorter individual with the goatee and the buzz cut.
Okay. And you asked for information, but ultimately didn't get any. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At that point, was he required to give any identification?
No.
After that, you went up to the side of one of the vehicles. All that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the body camera, would you agree with me that you can see sort of you up against the side of the vehicle, but the window is too high and therefore out of the frame?
Yes.
Can you describe what you observed when you looked into the window of that van, the driver's seat?
It was another individual with camouflage gear on, lighter skinned, Hispanic looking male with facial hair and a short haircut.
Okay. And there's a point in the transcript and in the audio where you replied about needing a license and we're not doing this traveling things, I believe, where you call that?
Yes.
Okay. What was going on? What were you observing and what was happening with you and the driver at that point?
I was trying to obtain his driver's license.
And when you asked for that, were you presented with anything by the driver?
Yes.
What, if anything, were you presented with?
It was an identification card.
I'm in your training and experience as a state police trooper. Have you been presented with a number of different states' identification cards and driver's licenses?
Yes. All states around the country, passports. I did every, on a traffic stop, we're booking a crash. I deal with a lot of identification.
And what, if anything, did you observe about the thing that the driver handed you? When you were asked for ID.
It was nothing that I had ever seen before. It didn't look like a driver's license issued in the United States.
Handing you an object, do you recognize that object, and if so, how do you recognize it?
This is the ID card I was given when standing at that vehicle.
And after getting it, did you retain it throughout after that day and keep it for your file?
I did.
Is that the same one?
Yes.
Does it depict anybody on that card?
It's the picture on the card is the gentleman I was speaking to. That was taking the driver's seat of the van.
Is there any difference in the appearance of that individual in the picture versus how you observed him on July 3rd?
Yes, he's wearing a fez in this picture of the ID.
Okay. I would offer this as the next exhibit. With the court permission, I will propose to pass it to the jury. Maybe an appropriate point at that point to take a break.
Objection. Objection to the exhibit. It's under. So I think at this point, since it's about 3 minutes before the lunch recess, I'm gonna just recess. If you start your lunch 3 minutes early, we expect to review at 1:35 to continue the examination.
All right, students, between line items, notebooks, and notes, we'll start with the first row, followed by the second row, please.
I interrupted you, Mr. Thompson, so you may continue, obviously, we don't need to, that's.
So Your Honor, it just has a limited probative value, to the extent that the Commonwealth is already going to be introducing evidence of Mr. Abdullah trying to, explain away, unclear legal concepts to this state police trooper, and then, the next, state police trooper, well, it's caught on the body with this trooper, observing it all. Just how they can made up that license is just not probative, and it doesn't go to prove anything with regards to whether Mr. Abdullah gave a fake name to the police, in terms of whether Mr. Abdullah possessed weapons, possessed body armor during the commission of a felony, and it goes nothing towards the Commonwealth's joint venture theory, and there's a substantial risk of unfair prejudice against Mr. Abdullah because it came in on the body worn camera that said we're not doing this traveling thing. I think it's fair to assume that the trooper knew that this would be a sovereign citizen type situation he was dealing with. He didn't already suspect that, and there's just a great risk that the jury will come to that same conclusion.
Trooper, you're welcome to stay on the stand if you like, but you're also welcome to start your lunch break, whichever you prefer is fine. So it's up to you. Okay, go ahead. Ms. Racer, do you join in the objection or no?
No, I think it's admissible. I think it should come in. I expect there will be a number of various identity documents that are going to be admitted, and I think are relevant just to the effect that those are the documents that people had on them Friday.
Okay, we're gonna pause here. I need to hear from Powell, obviously, to respond to the objection, but it's past 12:35. I'm mindful of our schedule for it. So we'll recess for now. I'll hear from the Commonwealth as to the objection. Let's all try to be back here. Let's say at 1:25, so we can address the objection and be ready to go when the jury expects at 1:30.
The court has the card, right?
It's right here. It's on my, when I say right here, for the record, it's on my bench. It was passed out to me to look at. Maybe you should take possession of it again, just for, so that there's no question. Frankly, I don't want to be accused of it. So, all right, let's be back here at 1:25, and we'll finish the hearing on the objection.
What? All right, please. Please be seated. The court is now in session.
So where we left off, the Commonwealth was going to address the objection to the identification card provided by, I'm not sure you named the individual, but it's named on the identification card, but so I hear you.
It's provided by the driver of black.
Right.
So it's relevant for a couple of different purposes. First of all, the driver is apprehended separately from all the other defendants. He's apprehended in Wakefield at about 6 a.m. by other officers. He's armed, he's wearing similar clothing and body armor. He's got a very similar card to the one that he handed Trooper Casey at the time Casey approaches him. And that's relevant because A, it connects him back being the same person. Second of all, the extent that that gun came from the same vehicles full of guns that the joint venture drove up in. And he's got one of those cards, and other members of the group, when they're arrested, have similar cards. That tends to connect him to the joint venture, as opposed to being, somebody who happens to be in camouflage clothing apprehended nearby sometime that morning. It also establishes that the driver, because if you look at when Casey gets the card, the driver's possession of that card, similar to other cards by other members of the group who were arrested that morning. It connects them all together as opposed to this being somebody who, maybe got into this at the last minute or, was sort of an unwitting participant as opposed to a knowing active member of what ultimately became this event. It's also relevant to the extent that when there are videos on Mr. Latimer's body camera in which he is referring to the group as, he addresses them as hey Moors, and then gives them a series of instructions about not to tell. If the police ask you anything, your only answer to be ask Jamal, which ultimately they all kind of go, they have this like back and forth, like.
I see the card again.
Oh, let me get it.
Go ahead and continue with the argument. It's not that important to you.
So the reason is, all right. Yeah, we have a photograph of the front side.
That'd be great. Yeah, just.
But it's the extent that Mr. Latimer refers to everybody as, his men or the Moors or hey Moors directly, and gives them instructions. And all these people have similar types of identifications. Not all of them, a number of them. It tends to connect the driver to being in this and being an active participant. The name Will El Musa and the called a life date, to the extent that we have to deal with disproving licensure, that's a name, date of birth that CJIS can check the records for. And the fact that
he said that for this trial, Mr. I don't know what his real name is, Mr. El Musa, isn't on trial, right? So all the things that link him back, and I agree, if you were on trial, then it's certainly critically relevant to show that he was one of the people that relevance is diminished where he's on trial.
Well, not exactly, because the gun he's charged that he possessed is one of the guns that, as a joint venture, is subject to these indictments. So the fact that he, on the international road travel card, has the flag that ultimately appears in the standoff is relevant. The fact that it lists his address as 116 East Montour Parkway in Bronx territory, New York Republic, also tends to cut against Mr. Latimer's claim that they're all just people from Pawtucket and they're all part of the Rhode Island militia. So there's a lot of different reasons that this is admissible. To connect
the objection. Well, let me ask you before I rule the objection. Well, no, if the objection is overruled, I think to the extent that Mr. Abdullah Bey, Mr. Latimer, both, refers to the other individuals as Moors, makes it relevant that one of the individuals apprehended in connection with this case has an identification that identifies him as a Moor national. And I don't discern that there is anything about this identification card that is any more or less, and Mr. Thompson, I'm using your word, not mine, any more or less crazy than some of the other claims advanced for their for example, right to drive an automobile without a driver's license or registration. And I'm not describing this crazy, I'm just saying, on this, whatever that scale is, it is no more or less that than those claims. So the objection is overruled. How well made that the identification part. I'll give this back. Thank you to Ms. Reisler. Yes. And I think we're ready for the jury. All right, terrific. We have the witness back on the stand. Yes. I'll get this. You may be seated for the back of the session. Thank you. Trooper Casey, I just want to back up. So we've been talking about the car you got from the driver. Yes. That car. Yes, it is. And I can't recall if I asked this or not. Who's depicted in the photograph on that car? Had you seen that person before today?
Yes, he was in the driver's seat of the van.
All right, and is this car in the same condition as it was when you first recovered it?
Yes.
I would propose to mark an envelope and actually let the jurors examine this. All right,
You may. You'll be marked exhibit 6.
I can pass it to the jurors directly to us.
Right, and submit to a court officer to pass.
Trooper, while the jurors are looking at that card, earlier you watched the video of you offering your notebook to Mr. Latimer, and something was written down on there. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you this little paper. Tell me what that is.
So they ripped off a piece of the paper from my notebook. And Jamal Latimer, a Maine, date of birth, phone number.
Okay. This is what was written in your presence?
Yes.
Offer this to the next.
No objection.
Objection.
The objection will be marked exhibit 7.
For the break, we watched the video where we had we've gone up to the driver of the black vehicle with Mr. Latimer. You recall that?
Yes.
All right. Let's play the third video on that USB drive, which is exhibit 1.
So I'm gonna just ask you to hold for a moment. And what I'm gonna do is, if you could pass the identification card back to the crosser, and when we have a downtime, for example, objection for being pulled on warrants, when we're over the headset, I'll ask the jurors who haven't had a chance to see it or finish seeing it, and look at it then. What I don't want to do is distract jurors, split their attention between the ID card and what's being said and what's being shown. If you could just pass it back on the crosser, I'll make sure that the jurors, every juror has a chance to see it. So at some thing. You may proceed. Put that back in the envelope.
Yep. And I don't know if the jurors have their transcripts. But going back to the transcript that was marked for identification, you see that we have page 6, we have a transcript for that next segment.
Yes.
Why didn't you pull over that early? Oh, because we were trying to fill up the gas, and the car did, the gas tanks in the back gas. Because we were trying to pack it through without having to, any unnecessary stops. We would, So you guys trying to take a lot of gas stations, little off, little exactly, fill up one side, exactly. So I didn't rush. No.
Did you then, was there a point at which Trooper Casey where you had a discussion with Mr. Latimer about filling up the other vehicle that's further ahead of the van?
Yes.
And what did you ask and what did you learn from Mr. Latimer?
He advised that there was another vehicle there with which was a Honda Ridge line that ran out of gas, and they were trying to fuel up at the gas tank that they had in the van to prevent any unnecessary stops on the van.
Okay. And at that point, had you been up front of the van to go see that vehicle?
Not yet.
Could you see that there was a second vehicle pulled along the breakdown lane?
Yes.
Play the next clip, and the transcript appears on page 7.
Excellent. So you have any normal license to carry? Like, the only issue here is that he doesn't have a license to drive. Is there anything here on the license?
The individual that when the video closed out, that was facing away from the camera. Was that the same taller individual you described earlier?
Yes.
And when you asked Mr. Latimer, or when you said the only issue though is that he doesn't have a license to drive, that statement, you made that as part of the conversation, Mr. Latimer, correct?
Yes.
Who had the two of you been discussing?
The individual that was in the driver's seat of the van.
The one who gave you that card?
Yes.
I'm gonna play the next clip, and the transcript appears on page 8.
Because of the nature of it. Okay, so I have driver's license, it's not, I just don't have it off. Yes, sir. Okay, so. He already gave me his info. On that license, you got the guy speaking with the other operator. I'm assuming someone else is driving this car up here, right? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. How you doing, sir? Are you the one driving this car? No? Is this guy Bill? How you doing, sir? You just roll the window down for me? Sorry. So. No problem. Yeah, that's fine. So, it basically means, so we're gonna have to drive. Since we have your ideal use, that's what you gotta have to bring in the idea. Okay, so who's gonna go on driver's switch? We're on the right. Okay, that's fine. I thought you said that first. Yeah. Okay, so you have a license, to drive? Yeah. Okay. Right there, you name and date of birth, and you sure the right thing? I'll be able to look up in the system, yeah, a license. All right, thank you, sir.
You've been looking at the transcript, I think, off and on, you've been playing these videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are we basically going chronologically through your body cam footage and snippets?
Yes.
Show you these two photographs. How many do you recognize these?
They still from my body cam footage. And it's the individual that was up by the Honda Bridge line that identified himself, advising that he had the driver's license.
What's the other photo?
The other photo is the same gentleman. This seems like it's a bit zoomed out, but it's again, the same gentleman standing by the passenger side of the Honda Bridge line along the guardrail. He was trusted with my first interaction.
The fair and accurate, these both fair and accurate depictions of the person standing to the right of the silver pickup truck by the Jersey barrier?
Yes.
These next. No objection.
Objection.
Not objection, to be marked in its 8 and 9.
Publish on. Exhibit 8. And exhibit 9. Did this person give a name to you?
Yes.
What was the name?
Robert Rodriguez.
When you approached the driver's side of the silver pickup truck with Mr. Latimer, was there a person in the driver's seat?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the attire of that person?
When camo here, similar along the lines of everyone else had encountered so far that night. Sort of like a reddish, whether head covering or hood.
And at that point, I take it you get any identification from that person?
No.
We'll play the next clip on exhibit 1. Transcript appears on page 10.
So we have our patrols in Rhode Island that have nothing to spec. Okay, all right. In the meantime, until then, I'm gonna have to ask you guys all to put hands there. Oh no, nothing. You're not gonna do it. So basically, whenever you are involved with the police, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm speaking to the supervisor, notify him about the laws that are going on. Yeah, we can clear on them. It's fine. So I'm taking your guns away. I understand that, but it's not really also. If I told you that you're that's what we need. So we'll just tell us what I got. Yeah, we need. How you making the it's fine. You're being aggressive. The issue is this. Right now, the 2 drivers here can be arrested if they're not having the driver's license on our state while operating at state. Okay. That's it.
That way you guys, patrol supervisor, come on here. I mean, lieutenant, I've been notified. Okay, so they're aware of the situation out there. By no means. Is anything illegal here gonna happen? Okay, everything is gonna be part of the plan. My thing is this. I don't think you guys have anything are gonna be, yeah. For my safety. We gotta put it. Well, our safety, for anyone who wants to, for your safety as well. For our safety, we can't put our contact. The standard peaceful resolution. Got it. No, you guys, stop shopping, well, they're asking us to put on our arms. We have to do the safety.
Let me pause that for a second. I want to ask you about some of the figures that were visible in that video we were just watching. There's an individual standing off to the right, holding a flashlight in a blue uniform. Who's that?
It's Sergeant Byrne,
What department is he with, if you know?
Wakefield Police Department.
And then there's an individual standing, you're looking at the picture to the left of Sergeant Byrne, and holding what appears to be a rifle. Who is that?
The left of Sergeant Byrne.
If you're looking at the photo.
Photo. You're talking about the gentleman in the ski mask?
Let me back up. I put it up, it's timestamped as 1:38 a.m. The individual who is standing in the middle of the screen.
That's the taller gentleman that was identified earlier.
Okay.
The air trunks.
Okay, and in this particular moment of the video, sort of hard to make the person out, but watching the whole video, who is standing next to that person to the left?
It's the shorter individual that was identified earlier, the buzz cut and the goatee.
All right, and I've backed it up. The timestamp is now 1:37. Do you see the green road sign sort of to the right of the black van?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see what's between the van and the green road sign? You see that there's something there?
There's an individual sitting.
Okay. From your memory of that night, you recall seeing an individual who would occasionally stand in that position as you were talking to Mr. Latimer.
Yes.
Okay. Could you see whether that individual was holding anything in his or her hands?
See the camera.
Okay. And do you recall in the video seeing Mr. Latimer refer to you being on camera? Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'll go back and resume the video. I'm going to start it at 1:38 a.m. Play forward.
And for my safety, we gotta put the for our safety, for anyone who wants to, for your safety as well. For our safety, we can't put our contact. It comes to standard peaceful resolution. Got it. No, you guys, still trying to figure out, they're asking us to put on our arms. We have to do the second one. So. What happens? When it's figured out, we're gonna arrest those. Which I have full officer discretion on that one, okay? What happens when they get arrested? So, and then
And then what? We do all drive over the United States. If we have licensed drivers, which we do, we have 2 of them. Okay. I notified you that we've had them. Yeah, which is what you requested. Okay. So we can replace them. And that's the only issue. As far as the licensed driver, which I already informed you that we have 2 of them. If that's the only issue, you guys are switch them out. But if you guys are licensed, you guys said you're all from Rhode Island. Okay. So if you're from Rhode Island, you need to show me on your person your Rhode Island driver's license, or wherever you reside from. Lawyer, our support. Okay, but I give you my name. State of Massachusetts, right? This we have section. It has an in possession sole drive. So this is where I get and the reciprocity of the actual duty of the United States isn't enforced. So if we were for the over, we would have been on our peaceful journey. Maybe unnecessary thought, and it wouldn't even have occurred. So, no problems with laws. Stop us in the first place. Even ask us if we have any. But because of some kind of peaceful resolution, ask me my name, ask me if you gave me that information. And a good faith attempt to us still our peaceful journey. And it seems like you're trying to prevent us from being peaceful and going on our peaceful journey, which is authorized by the federal laws of the United States. And I would know because I served the United States Marine Corps, and I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution for the United States of America against all enemies coming. I do very well with our rights now, and these men also know very well, very well with their rights. So we're trying to come to a peaceful resolution by either replacing the drivers and learning today, or replacing the drivers and going on. You understand? You guys have a job to do. Yeah, we understand we're not at odds. We're not at odds with each other. So we're trying to go on a peaceful journey. That's it. All right. Yes, please. I mean, we all it's not violating each other. And if you need to give us a ticket, but I'll give a ticket, go to court and let the judge know exactly what we're doing. It's going to be exactly what we're doing and exactly on camera. So we have no issue with you guys. I hope that you guys don't have an issue with us. I don't have an issue. I don't. Figure that out, man. We understand you have a job to do. We have a better job to do. You know, and people, and I understand. I'm a big second member of you guys do. You know what I mean? Like, all of you guys stop. You guys. Stop right there. I'm just trying to figure out the whole situation, man. You guys, you know. So what is it exactly you need from me? So I'm trying to figure out a way where you guys can drive legally to where you guys want to go. Yes. So we have 2 drivers that we license. But according to my instructions, I told them not to bring it. Okay. So if you need to write me a ticket, I will gladly show up to whatever jurisdiction. My issue is I can't write you a ticket for who owns the cars? I do. You own it. It's registered. Both cars are registered. They're not registered at all. So what's the next slide? They're expired. Okay. So both of the registrations are expired. So what exactly do you need from me so I will move forward? I'll glad. Yeah, I mean, so like I said, I'll gladly accept the ticket. We'll go to court. There's no other ticket. You can't let a car drive away that's not registered. Okay, but this is so. The paperwork that I wrote earlier, regarding the militia, the specific exceptions for militias, which is what I'm showing you earlier. So this would fall under that. And again, if you need to write me a ticket for not having valid registration, I'll gladly accept that ticket. Go to the court, we send permission to the judge, and we can just handle it that. It's fine. I'm fighting things out. You know what I mean? Everything's gonna get settled and go out no what. So I'm just trying to make, because I completely understand you have a job to do. How many weeks that you're able to do your job? Yeah. So I'm telling you, I'm willing to give you the information that you need. And if I don't have the information that you need, I'm just saying this is serious reality is these cars might have to get Going off the road, or left where they are, and go again, re-register. It can't be left where they are. So with most of the vehicles, trucks that are lower, anything over the motion available. That's fine, you gotta show that.
Casey, in that last video, well, let me ask you, while you were talking to Mr. Latimer, what were you holding in your hands?
Flashlight.
Could you see what Sergeant Burnham was holding in his hands?
Flashlight.
There was, I believe, at the very end, there was another officer standing sort of behind Sergeant Burnham. Could you see any objects in that officer's hands?
A flashlight.
After having this discussion with Mr. Latimer, were you provided with any paperwork?
Yes.
So take as much time as you need. And then tell me if you recognize what I'm doing.
So the paperwork that Jamal handed me after our conversation.
Apart from being a photocopy, is it exact duplicate?
I would say so, yes.
What offer? That was marked for identification.
It will be marked, exhibit P, right, identification.
T.
Sorry. P, okay. E, right?
I think that's right.
Yes. T.
Yeah.
At some point, well, you described in the video waiting referred to as PS. What's the PS?
Control side.
That who was the patrol sergeant that evening for that area of the world?
Matthew McDevitt.
After having that conversation you just watched with Mr. Latimer and being handed the paperwork you mentioned, did you have further conversation with Mr. Latimer?
Yes.
Next. Next clip. The transcript appears on page 18 of the transcript. I'm going to just pause it briefly. You see the timestamp of 1:47 a.m. You can, yes. Okay. And do you see in the video there's something in your right hand?
Yes.
What is that?
The paperwork.
Okay. I'll play the clip and transcripts on page 18.
This is the exemption for militia vehicles. This is the exemptions from all, like regulations that would apply to normal citizens. Since when and that
Okay, so according to what you're saying, if you weren't in the militia,
this would be entirely in the industry.
okay. All right. Not screwed, I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
After this interaction, did a patrol supervisor in fact show up where you were?
Yes.
Was it Sergeant McDevitt?
Yes.
At this point, were other officers also responding to that location?
Yes.
And do you know who some of them were?
Giovanni Orlando.
Any other officers that you can think of?
Initially, there was another Wakefield officer. That was the crowd. I don't know his name.
One Sergeant McDevitt responded. You and he had a conversation about. You and he had a conversation.
Yes.
Was there a point at which Sergeant McDevitt himself went over to where Mr. Latimer was standing?
Yes.
What ensued? Or were you able to hear the conversation between the two of them?
Yes.
Was there a point where Sergeant McDevitt requested that Mr. Latimer and his people with him do something?
Yes, he asked them to put it on stop.
And could you hear whether Mr. Latimer responded?
Yes.
What was the response?
Not a flash.
Was there a point at which Mr. Latimer and Sergeant McDevitt continued to talk?
Yes.
Were there other individuals around them by the Jersey barrier and by the rear of the black van?
Yes.
Who do you recall seeing during that point?
Specifically,
in appearance.
Just getting more people with camo and body armor.
Okay. Now you described earlier a taller person, who at one point covered his face. Was there any other person around this time who had a face covering?
Yes.
Okay. What did that person look like?
The stockier in stature, his face covering, it's like a full, like black ski mask.
Okay. And how long was that person present at the rear of the van? Just momentary, or was it for a period of time?
He wasn't there in the beginning, my first interaction with Jamal, but he arrived shortly after Sergeant Burnham arrived, and he stayed there for the rest of the interaction we had.
You described this person as stocky. What else did you observe about that person's appearance and attire?
He was wearing black body armor with and under that camo gear. He also had those were a long rifle.
Image 4 photographs. Could you tell me, Trooper Casey, if you recognize those and what is depicted in each photograph?
So the first one is a frame taken from my body cam footage. On the left hand side is the individual that is described as the black ski mask, black body armor, and rifle. Towards the center right of the screen grab is the gentleman with the buzz cut, goatee, glasses, and body armor. And to the right of the frame is the taller gentleman with the face cover.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that evening?
Yes.
And the timestamp for this still image is what?
0124 hours.
Whatever this is the next exhibit.
Objection.
Mark exhibit 10. Timestamp, I'm sorry. It's 0124. Publishing exhibit 10. You can go to the next photograph in your hand, Trooper. And tell me again, you recognize it, what does it depict? Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that evening? Or that morning, I should say.
Okay, so again, it's another frame taken from the body cam footage at around 0124 hours. Going from left to right on the photo is the gentleman with the black ski mask, black body armor, stockier type. Then next in line is Jamal Latimer wearing his body armor, rifle. Next in line is the gentleman with the goatee and buzz cut and body armor, and to the right of him is the slender gentleman with the face covering, body armor and rifle.
The last one you described, is that the one you described earlier in your testimony, is Aaron Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. What's the timestamp on this photo?
It's 0124 hours.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
This is the next exhibit.
No objection.
That objection would be marked exhibit 11. The timestamp on that one.
Oh, it's 0124.
Same.
And I'll publish this one. Well. Trooper, same exercise with the next photograph.
So this third frame is a still taken from my body cam photo. It's my body cam video. It's at 0144 hours. This is my body cam facing towards traffic along the fog line. And on the left side of, well, the center of the photo is the stockier gentleman with a black ski mask, rifle, body armor, and then the right of the photo is Jamal Latimer.
Fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
And timestamp is 144, correct?
0144 hours.
We're up to this. Next
Objection.
Objection.
Without objection, it would be exhibit 12. So,
all right, last photograph that you have to.
This is my body cam, still taken from my body cam. It's when it's facing now towards the guardrail. To the left of the photo is the gentleman with the black ski mask and black body armor, his rifle, and standing next to him on the center right of the photo is the gentleman that is, Aaron Johnson, the taller person with the, face covering.
What's the timestamp?
01:51 hours.
Very accurate depiction of boot stop.
Yes.
What after this?
No objection.
Without objection, it'll be exhibit 13.
In this photograph, which I've just published, exhibit 13, what is the object that's visible on the left side of the picture? I guess that's your left hand.
That's my flashlight.
Right. When Sergeant McDevitt responded, what was he wearing? Outerwear.
He was wearing his high visibility yellow rain jacket. Just department issue field uniform.
I'm going to play the next clip in exhibit 1 of the transcript, I believe. It's on page 19 of the transcripts. Before I switch to the TV, all right, in the middle of this image, who do we see the middle of this image in bright colors?
In bright colors, that's Sergeant McDevitt.
And we'll play the clip from the start. So as Sergeant McDevitt was asking, are those firearms? See the individual standing sort of framed between Mr. Latimer, Sergeant McDevitt, who was in the background?
I would have to see it, but on the video again, sorry.
Let's play it one more time. Yeah, I paused it. The timestamp is 2:12. The individual in the middle there, do you see that?
Yes, that's the individual with the, that was identified earlier, as having the black ski mask. Stock.
By this point, you and other officers are still talking to Mr. Latimer. Come on now, Sergeant McDevitt, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Apart from your flashlight, were you holding anything in your hands at that point? No. What about Sergeant McDevitt? What about Sergeant Farmer? In terms of, as a police officer, I imagine you carry some kind of firearm. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
What did you have with you that evening?
I had my department issued firearm.
What is it?
At the time, it was the Smith & Wesson Military Police 45.
Pistol?
Yes.
Sergeant McDevitt also have a pistol?
Yes, it would be that same one that I had.
Okay. At some point, did Sergeant McDevitt walk away from Mr. Latimer?
Yes.
Okay. And then what transpired at that point in terms of where you and the other police officers were standing?
We created a distance away from the individuals that were involved in the van and the truck.
How much time approximately had elapsed from when you first stopped to check on the van to when you ultimately began to create distance?
Take 45 minutes to an hour.
And is this after you had been speaking to Mr. Latimer off and on throughout this?
Yes.
What about, sorry to make that, he had been speaking to Mr. Latimer?
Yes.
And when you say create distance, you could just give us a little bit more detailed information about what that was.
I would say, so there was multiple cruisers now on scene in the breakdown lane. We started to move back behind to gain some cover behind the cruisers and wait for further assets to arrive on scene. I would say maybe 50, somewhere in the range of like 50 to 100 yards.
What did you do with your cruiser, which was the closest to the van?
I felt that I wasn't going to be near my cruiser anytime soon, so I shut my radio off in the cruiser and locked the door.
Were you present, or did you observe any officers take any step to block the road?
Yes.
Tell about that.
So the roadway was shut down on the northbound side, south of us to stop traffic coming up on scene. And then the ramp up ahead was shut down right at North Ave.
What was done with the cruisers that you were standing near in order to make that happen?
They're moved out into traffic.
As you're doing this, at this point, however long this event when you stopped, had anybody put any of the guns down?
Not that I can see.
Had anybody actually been arrested? Had anybody produced any licenses to carry firearms?
Objection. Basis. At this point, it's leading.
Had anybody at this point produced any licenses to carry firearms?
No.
What about firearms identification cards? Did anybody produce any of those?
No.
Was there a point at which you were able to observe activity between the van and the woods bordering highway?
We started to notice individuals that were involved with the party. The van in camo were at least seen on the other side of the guardrail towards the woods.
Okay. So now they stepped over the guardrail, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with that area?
Along that section of the highway there, it's deeply wooded east of 95.
Okay. After observing the activity by the guardrail in the woods, what, if anything, did you do?
We were concerned that we were concerned of the possibility of being outflanked at the wood line. So a couple of the cruisers were then positioned with the takedown lights into the wood line to create more visibility.
All right, and as you're watching this, did you know for sure how many people were part of the group with the two vehicles?
No.
How many persons approximately had you seen by that point yourself?
Around.
Let me show you this. Recognize that as a Google.
Yes.
what is the area generally covered in that map?
This is a Google map of, around the Wakefield Reading line, 95.
Have you used Google for navigation yourself in the past?
Yes.
Have you ever, have you found it to be reliable in terms of representing the area on a map?
As long as they have good service, yeah.
Understood. And you see it's got a scale down here. It says 200 feet. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize any of the roadways shown on the map?
I see Route 95, and I also see North Ave.
Okay. Is the something off of this is the next thing.
No objection.
Without objection, it will be considered 14.
And maybe I'll put it on the projector, and maybe you can stand next to the TV and show the jury the approximate location of where you encountered the van and the pickup truck. I'm publishing Exhibit 14. So if you could just indicate the best of your ability, the approximate location. All right, so you've indicated sort of the top left quadrant of the map, just below where it says, where it starts to say Yankee Division Highway. Would you agree with me? Yes. Okay. All right. And the area, this green area, what is this?
I got a swampy wooded area.
And beyond this road which borders that green area, is that the town of Wakefield?
Yes.
After backing up a creating distance, could you hear whether anybody continued to try to talk to the defendant, Mr. Lamb?
Decided that it was attempting to communicate with.
Could you hear whether he gave any instructions concerning firearms?
So now that there's more of a distance, Sergeant that was yelling to please with the firearms stuff.
And did you observe anybody actually put any firearms down after hearing these things? No. How long did you remain at this approximate location with other officers?
I was on scene till around early morning. I mean, late morning. Let's say around 10 a.m. 11 a.m.
Did other officers end up responding to that location?
Yes.
What units from the state police?
The stop team, which is our other departments would call it a SWAT team or a tactical unit. Crisis negotiation team, the drone unit, the CERT team, K9.
And in terms of the officers that were then the closest to where the van was, what were you able to observe? What officers sort of became the edge of where the police were positioned?
That would be the the stop team in the negotiation.
Maybe we heard at sidebar momentarily, and I have a document, a concern that may make sense to do it at sidebar.
Actual sidebar, sure. And while we're doing that, why don't we give the jurors back the
The vest with the short hair, goatee, glasses. And then he's standing next to the vans. The rear of the van.
What about the second and third pages of that? Those three photographs.
The still is taken almost from the same vantage point. Again, it's my cruiser, the guardrail, the breakdown lane. To the left of the photo is the male party with the short hair, body armor, glasses and goatee. Next to him, toward the center of the photo, is Aaron Johnson, the taller male party with the rifle and face covering. To the right of Aaron Johnson, I can't quite tell, it's a darker figure. But next to that figure is myself wearing my yellow high-vis jacket and field uniform.
And last page, third photograph.
This is the same vantage point. It looks from the two prior frames, showing the guardrail and the van right there. And at the center of the photo is the male party with the Whipple haircut, goatee, glasses. To the there's a figure behind him. I can't quite make out who it is. But then in the far background, it looks like Sergeant Burnham.
Robert, these is the next three too.
No
objection.
Without objection, there'll be exhibits 18 through 20.
Publishing exhibit 18. You describe this as the shorter individual with the goatee and the buzzed hair.
Yes.
Right? Okay. That person visible here in exhibit 19?
Yes.
Okay. Who's over here?
That is myself.
Okay. And exhibit 20. The individual goatee, is that in the center, if I understand you?
Yes.
Who's this over here in the blue?
Sergeant Burnham.
I'm just going to go through these last group of photographs one by one. Just ask you if you recognize any of the things in them. Okay. First photograph. Tell me if you recognize anything in that photograph.
I see the guardrail, the highway, the van that was observed earlier in the night. See the backside of a mile marker sign, and also see a Woodsy area behind the guardrail.
You recognize the person or the clothing worn by that person, or the attire of that person.
It's a tall person wearing camo with a black body armor with a long rifle with face covering.
Marcus for identification, Judge. The photograph? Yes.
It'll be exhibit F for identification.
Next photograph, can you tell us what, if anything, you recognize in that photo?
The Ford transit van, a guardrail, the backside of a mount marker sign along a thick wood line. There's an individual standing in the center. He's wearing camouflage with a black armored vest on. You can see on the armored vest is magazines. In front of the armor is a lock.
Okay. What if anything you observe about the long gun?
Seated in the mag well is a high capacity magazine.
Dr. Marcus for identification.
It would be marked exhibit G for identification.
Your Honor, could be heard.
May.
want to be explicit with you. F for identification. How is it that you recognize the landscape, the mile marker, the van, and the other things you described in that photograph? When?
Timestamp on the bottom.
Right, but when did you see those things?
I saw those things on, July 3rd, early morning, July 3rd. Since it was dark out. And this picture is taken out.
And what about the figure depicted standing to the left of the van? Do you recognize that figure depicted in that photograph from your time on July 3rd?
I recognize that figure to be the taller, slender gentleman with the black body armor and rifle. That was the one who broke the night.
I'm handing you G for identification. From where do you recognize it? When do you recognize the things you described recognizing in that photograph? The van, the surroundings, the figure.
I recognize this to be the area of the highway that I was on July 3rd, approximately 1 in the morning. The guardrail, the sign. I recognize that van. And the gentleman standing in the center is recognizable as the taller, slender gentleman wearing the black body armor, camo gear, and highway one.
Next photograph. You recognize any of the things depicted in it? If so, from where? Or when, I should say.
In this photo, I recognize the Ford Transit van. I recognize the guardrail. I recognize the thick wood line, along with the mile marker sign that was directly next to them. I also recognize a left of the photo is the gentleman stocky gentleman with the black ski mask, black body armor, camo gear, long rifle, and then just behind him, it looks peeking over his shoulder is the taller, slender gentleman recognized on July 3rd.
Mark this for identification.
And that would then be, that one is, that's the first two that you were talking about were F and G, right?
That's correct.
This would be exhibit H, right?
Photograph of his hand. Do you recognize the things depicted there and from where or when?
I recognize the Ford Transit van. I recognize the mile marker sign. Recognize the wood line along with the guardrail. I recognize the gentleman with the black ski mask, black vest, long gun and camo gear. I recognize the taller, slender gentleman with the black vest and camo gear with the face covering. And I do not recognize the third party to the left of the photo.
The one who's holding something.
Holding a brew.
Mark this for identification.
Exhibit I for identification.
How about this photo?
Council, we're going to pause here and take a as brief as we can possibly manage after we recess. Jurors, and please move as quickly as any personal matters that we need to address as you can, and we'll resume as soon as everybody's had a chance to do that.
All rise, jury exit, to some of the front row, call my back row, please bring away items.
Thank you. So as usual, I'll ask you to move as expeditiously as possible so we can reconvene as soon as possible.
One point involving whether or not the police might arrest the defendants.
Yeah.
And, earlier you had been hinted something, Mr. Latimer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see whether, Mr. Latimer handed anything to Sergeant McDevitt at that time?
I recall, I could be wrong, but when I recall, Mr. Latimer was referring to the paperwork that he handed me earlier, which I had put in my cruiser, tried to make that want to see it. I then retrieved it, brought it aside and looked at it.
Okay. And this is after the issue of possibility of an arrest was raised?
Yes.
During the time that you were waiting at this scene, you heard persons shouting in the direction, officers shouting in the direction of Mr. Latimer and the vehicles and the people he was with. Can you approximate how many different times you heard officers telling Mr. Latimer that his group should put their weapons down?
I couldn't put an exact number on it. I mean, over, I would say something like 5 to 10 times.
Cases.
It sounds like it's speculation.
Overruled, I'll hear the answer subject to a motion to strike depending on the answer is. You may answer if you can.
What's your best memory? How many times you heard the officers telling Mr. Latimer's people to put their guns down?
I remember a lot of repetitiveness, and I remember hearing put your guns down. I would say around 5 times, over 5 times.
You ever see anybody put any guns down?
No.
When the officers were shouting those instructions, did you hear anything coming back in response from Mr. Latimer?
I recognize Mr. Latimer's voice. I recall him saying, "No, what's your probable cause?"
Given the distance, could you always make out his exact words, or was it sometimes difficult?
Given the distance, I couldn't always figure out what he said.
Your Honor, subject to the earlier bench comments offering those redacted versions for identification. Always considered to be tonight.
Yes, and can you show it to council?
I haven't.
You did. Thank you. You just- Both council have had a chance to see this.
Call just show this.
Judge O'Connor, you've had a chance to see this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Understanding that there are objections discussed at sidebar, but any additional objections as to the format of this, given what is ruled?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. And this version will become, so it's exhibit E for identification. This portion, exhibit E for identification, will become exhibit 21.
15.
We reserve 50 for that exhibit.
Right, that's right. It's already exhibit. Right, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so this will be 50. Thank you.
Page exhibit 51. Nothing further for certification.
Cross examination is Attorney Thompson first.
Yes, please. Can I take the exhibit off the license?
You may, or counsel, either one of you should do that.
Definitely. So you graduated from the police academy in June of 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
So by July of 2021, you had 3 years of experience. 2 years. 2. 4 years. So is it fair to say that prior to July 3rd, 2021, you had not arrested anybody for an unlicensed firearm type offense?
Not that I recall.
You recall testifying you had an earlier hearing about this situation?
Yes.
You testified several times, right?
Yes.
You testified in this court at another hearing back on May 10th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you testified several times about this matter, generally, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
You don't have to ask permission, but
Okay.
you may.
I'm handing you a transcript of your prior testimony from before there. If you could. You there. And look at it once you're done.
Is there an objection?
I'm not sure what the foundation for.
I'll set it up better. Is your memory exhausted as to how many times prior to July 3rd, 2021, how many times you arrested somebody for an unlawful possession of a firearm?
I never have.
Right, so you prior to July 3rd, 2021, you had not arrested somebody for unlicensed possession of a firearm. Turning your attention to your body worn camera videos, you might correct when I say that who you call Jamal was not wearing any clothes on his hands, is that correct? Is it easier for you when call Jamal or Mr. Latimer for certain?
Jamal was the last I looked at.
Can I have the USB?
It'll be one.
Is it in the computer?
No, it's in the envelope. I think it's on the table. Big envelope?
Yep.
Trooper, I'm showing you an excerpt from what is Exhibit 1 up on the overhead. Do you recall this video from earlier today?
This is the video of my first approach at the van.
All right, and the timestamp up at the top right, that's 1:10:21, is that correct?
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, you can get up if you have.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead. All right, so I paused it at 1:10:43. This is your initial encounter with Mr. Latimer?
Yes.
All right, do you see his hand in that photograph?
I did.
Oh, in that still? Is he wearing any gloves?
No gloves.
So is that his right hand that you can see?
Yes.
All right. And do you see his left hand over his chest?
Yes.
Any gloves on there?
Can't place.
Make necessary stops. Oh, we have people in the shop, so we're gonna test that here. So that
I'm gonna back it up for you a couple of seconds.
yeah.
So no gloves on either hand, correct? First, let me say that throughout the encounter on I-95, you did not conduct any search of either of the two cars.
No.
And if a search was conducted after the incident on the side of the highway, you did not participate in any subsequent searches of either car, correct?
I did not.
And am I correct when I say that Mr. Latimer, Mr. Abdullah, he was outside the car to the best of what you could see when you first saw him, correct?
Yes.
And on part of your body worn camera, you asked him who the drivers were, is that correct?
Yes.
And he pointed out who the drivers were, is that correct?
Yes.
So by the time you approached the Ford Transit van, somebody was sitting in the driver's seat behind the steering wheel, correct?
Correct.
And the same with the Honda Ridgeline, somebody was sitting in the driver's seat behind it, correct?
Correct.
Now, I thought I heard you say during your direct examination earlier that you asked Mr. Latimer, Mr. Abdullah, for his contact information, is that correct?
From what I recall, I asked, the driver's license or ID on him. So he didn't, and he said he could leave his contact information, and he wrote it down on my local.
Right, so that portion starts on the second clip at about 25 seconds, is that correct?
Yes.
So do any guys was on? Oh, okay. In contact information.
All right, so playing your clip, and that if you need to get off the stand to look at the timestamps, go ahead. But this is about the 1 minute, excuse me, first hour, 14 minutes and 6 seconds on the timestamp. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, we're about 22 seconds into the video. I'm going to press play for you.
And I can leave you my name and contact information. Yeah, that's fine.
And so I've just paused it at the 30-second mark. Is that the first conversation I have with Mr. Latimer and Mr. Abdullah about his contact information?
Yes.
So on that slip that we have now evidence, he wrote Jamal Abdullah Bay for a name, correct?
Yeah.
And he wrote down a date of birth, correct? As well as the telephone number?
Yes.
Now, when you first saw a man in camouflage and holding a rifle, you were on alert to check for other weapons, is that correct?
The check for other weapons.
Well, as an officer, as a trooper, you were then on the lookout to see if Mr. Abdullah Bay had any other weapons, even if you did not search, is that correct?
I was trying to be aware, yes, getting weapons on.
So in terms of trying to be aware, before you searched him, you were paying attention to what he was wearing, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And you did not observe any knives on him, correct?
I don't recall any knives.
So mindful of the fact that you did not conduct a formal search or any kind of physical contact with Mr. Abdullah Bay to look for weapons, just observing, you did not observe any knives.
I don't remember.
And you did not observe any pistols on him, is that correct?
There was a holster on him, but it was empty.
So that was an empty pistol holster on his right side, is that correct?
Oh, was his on the right side? I know it was on the side of the belt line on the side.
That pistol holster, that was empty, correct?
Yeah.
And in terms of ammunition, you said that you could see ammunition mounted with brass casings inside the magazine loaded into the rifle, correct?
Yeah.
And on the vest that Mr. Latimer Abdullah Bay was wearing, you saw what you believe to have been other magazines of ammunition, correct?
Yeah.
And so far as you could tell, those all appear to be rifle magazines, correct?
Yes.
These were not pistol magazines?
No, this is like a 30 round rifle magazine.
Okay. During your interaction with Mr. Abdullah Bay, before you went to the Fort Interstate, he mentioned to you that he had served in the U.S. Marine Corps?
Yes.
And then after you had spoken with the driver of the Honda pickup truck while you're waiting for your patrol supervisor to arrive, he again mentioned that he had served in the Marine Corps, is that correct?
I recall asking if everyone involved are served in the military. To get the answer of the second element.
All right. That's the thing. You had that chance up there with you saying?
I don't.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether while you were away for 2 weeks after you spoke with the driver of the Honda Ridgeline as to whether Mr. Abdullah Bay mentioned service in the Marines?
Gotcha. Basis. Well, it's a different question than previously asked. And it's going to wasn't yours. Can you repeat the question, Council?
The question or the setup for the
last question you went to the witness.
So after you spoke with the driver of the Honda pickup truck, while you were waiting for your patrol supervisor to arrive, one of those clips that was played during direct examination, Mr. Latimer Abdullah Bay mentioned again to you his service in the U.S. Marine Corps. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the objection is overruled on your statement. Well, let me hear you.
So while you're waiting for Sergeant McCabe, okay, mention for court service.
Yeah.
Now, you observed a conversation between Mr. Abdullah and Sergeant McCabe. Sergeant McCabe, about why Mr. Abdullah did not have his identification on. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he mentioned that because of the brief board, he was taught not to take his IDs on the field. Correct?
Yes.
Mr. Latimer Abdullah said that they had stopped on the side of the road in order to refill their 2 cars. Is that correct?
He did.
So in terms of police action, you didn't stop either of these cars for any kind of traffic violation?
Not for violation.
So as a police trooper, you were just checking on the well-being of drivers on the side of the road early in the morning to check if needed, correct?
Yeah.
Now, again, during that conversation, after you spoke with the driver of the Honda, while you're waiting for Sergeant McDevitt, Mr. Abdullah, Latimer Abdullah said to you that we're, meaning him and I suppose the police, that they were all trying to come to the same peaceful resolution to what was going on, correct?
He said that, yes.
Is it fair to say that during the entirety of your body cam video that's in evidence, you don't see him put his hands on anybody else's weapons, is that correct?
He didn't put his hands on any other weapons. We're asking
Anybody else's weapons besides the rifle that's in his hands?
from what I saw, yeah.
So he did not,
He did not.
from what you saw. What time did you leave the scene that day?
I believe it was around 10 or 11.
So you were present when the stop team arrived?
I wasn't.
You wasn't, you were?
I was not present. Oh, I'm sorry, when I misheard you. I was present as the stop team tried to filter in to the scene.
All right, so you said a moment ago you left at 10 o'clock. Do you want to amend that answer for when you left the scene?
It was late morning and I left the scene. I was scheduled to be 10 o'clock.
You were present when the stop team arrived, correct?
Yes.
And for those of us who don't know, the stop team is the equivalent of a SWAT team.
Yes.
And so, can you explain what should I call them stop troopers or stop officers, members of the stop?
Call them whatever you want.
What were the members of the stop? What were the members of the stop team wearing when they
arrived? Greenish army drab, military tactical gear.
They look like soldiers as opposed to police officers, correct?
Yes.
They're wearing body armor
Yes.
on their chest and on their back.
Yes.
And they're wearing Kevlar helmets, correct?
Yes.
And they're carrying rifles, correct?
Yes.
And how many troopers of the stop team did you first observe?
And my involvement in the scene lessened and lessened as it went on. And also the stop team. That early in the morning, they were all coming from different parts of the state. So, you know, it's all a little
I'm
bit.
just asking you what
Basis. I'd like to hear the answer that's responsive to the question.
Yeah, I think he needs to be allowed to finish his answer, so you may finish your answer too.
So they'll say my involvement in the ongoing scene lessened and lessened as it went on. There were stop team troopers that were on call coming from all different places of the state. So, you know, to the stop team trooper that lived in Danvers, say it'd be there a lot quicker than someone coming from Central Mass. So they were, the times that they arrived varied, and you know, my involvement in the scene varied. I remember being on scene speaking directly to one stop team trooper, and then seeing them file in as I blessed my way on scene. I mean, it was probably 10 stop team troopers that I could see.
So the answer to my question was you could see at most 10 stop team troopers.
I'm not gonna put a cap on how many stop team troopers were there.
Okay. And we also had the Wakefield Police Department on scene, correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did any SWAT team or advanced officers from other departments besides Massachusetts State Police come that morning?
To my knowledge, NEMLAC arrived on scene as well.
And that's a SWAT team consisting of highly trained officers from a number of local municipal police departments who sort of pulled together into one larger SWAT team, correct?
Correct.
And the stop team, they had vehicles called Bearcats, correct?
They have a Bearcat, yes.
A Bearcat or multiple Bearcats?
I don't know how many they have.
Well, they had at least one on scene that used on, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, a Bearcat, that's essentially an armored personnel carrier, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how thick the armory is on those things?
I don't know.
You said a UAV squad arrived?
The drone unit.
The drone unit,
Whoever, I don't know the name of the unit that does the drones, but there is, actually, I don't know if the drone unit was established at that point, but there was a trooper with a drone there.
okay, so
I'm
we
not
have,
quite sure on that, but there was a drone there operated by a trooper.
right, and the search team as well.
Yes,
That's the acronym is SERT for the search team, correct?
yes,
And they go out and they look for stopping the woods, among other things, correct?
it's like a search and rescue unit.
But they're specialized, they're not just a, pardon me, but a rank and file, correct?
Yes,
All right, so we have members of the Wakefield Police Department on scene, Massachusetts State Police, NEMLAC, stop. Those are all present, correct?
yes.
How many cruisers did you see?
A lot. I don't know the exact number that was there, but it was the most cruisers I've seen in any scene that I've been involved in.
And am I correct when I say that there would have been cruisers stopping the traffic northbound and stopping the traffic southbound as well, correct?
Objection, please. You can answer it if he knows.
Over the radio, I know that there was cruisers stopping traffic north and southbound.
All right, I've published on the overhead exhibit 16. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
That's Jamal Latimer Abdullah Bay up on the screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's he doing with the rifle in his hand?
See, he's got his left hand. I don't know if he's swinging it across to gain access to something on his chest rig. Not quite sure.
All right, well, the timestamp on that is 1:34:48, correct? I'm playing another one of these. Playing another one of your body worn camera videos. Let's skip it to 1:34:48, which is right at the beginning. I can play this for you.
All right, yeah. So
did you see what Mr. Latimer Abdullah Bay was doing with his rifle in there?
It looks like he moved it to hook it to the side of his body armor.
So in that video clip that we just played, that's essentially exhibit 16, which was up on the overhead a moment ago.
Yes.
So this still is taken from one of the frames we just saw.
Yes.
And so Mr. Latimer Abdullah Bay, he's just adjusting his rifle on that photograph.
Yes.
He's not taking it out to point it at you or any of the other officers, correct?
Let me just ask you, and I no rush whatsoever. Take the time that you need, but do you have much more on this one?
I don't think so.
One in a minute or two.
All right, let me just go back and see what else I got there. That is all I have. Thank you very well. Thank you.
Trooper, you're excused for the day, but we need you back here tomorrow morning. Okay, that's good. Thank you. All right. Monday, thank you. That would have been not good. Thank you. Monday, not tomorrow. Sorry. Jurors, we're going to stop here for the day. It's a minute before 4 o'clock. And as you just heard, a reminder from counsel that that concludes the trial week this week. You're not meeting here tomorrow. There will be no proceedings at all in this case, with or without you. So please plan to be back here Monday morning, just before 9 a.m. I do need to give you some reminders. And remember that on Monday morning, I'll ask you if you've been able to comply with these instructions. So the first reminder that you're all aware of is that you may not discuss this case, the evidence in this case, or anything about this case with anyone, including each other, at any point until the end of the trial when you're ready to jury. When I say that you may not discuss the case or the evidence, obviously that includes face-to-face conversations, phone conversations, but importantly, it also means that you can't use a cell phone, tablet, or other device, text, chat, email, tweet, blog, or post anything about this case, social media, other electronic media, or anything else. You may use those media as you normally do, that's fine, but you may not use them to discuss or mention this case in any way. Please continue to have no communication with the lawyers and parties to the cases in this case, and I expect y'all will abide by my order today and no communication with you. Also, please continue not to read, watch, or listen to any coverage about this case in the traditional media, social media, or anywhere else. Remember my 2 instructions: if you are exposed to any media coverage, please do your best to minimize any information, the information that you take in as a result of that exposure. So if it's something on television or radio, change the channel as quickly as you can or turn it off. If it's something in the print media, turn on the page or the newspaper or the magazine, and don't go back to the article. If you see something online, either go as quickly as you can to a different part of the website, or probably just safe when it comes to online, just go to a different website altogether. Second instruction, if you are exposed to any type of media, please do not mention it in any way, or you can refer to it to fellow jurors. Instead, when you're next to the court officers, let them know that there's an issue what you were exposed to, so they can let me know the issue that I can address. Finally, don't do any research or investigation about this case, online or otherwise, or allow anyone to do so for you. You'll recall from my individual conversations with you that means you should not go to any locations that you hear referred to during the testimony, although you don't need to avoid, for example, Route 128 in Wakefield. If your normal travels and your ordinary life take you past that on that section of Route 128, you're not violating the court order, you simply drive by. But what you shouldn't do is slow down or stop there and make observations or do anything other than watch the road, and I'm sure you ordinarily would, and keep going safe. Also, don't use Google or any other type of online search engine or any type of research tool to look up anything about this case, the trial, and any people involved in it. So with that, I hope you enjoy your long weekend. You make good use of tomorrow with whatever you want to do with it. And we'll see you Monday morning before 9 a.m.
All right, do it then. If you start the front row, all the way back row, please bring all your items. Thank you. Please be seated. This court remains in session.
Counsel, just before we break, I want to clarify my rulings to the hearsay that made by the Commonwealth, just for the record. What I want to make clear is that the Commonwealth is right. The prosecution can introduce statements of defendants, which are in effect party opponents, for the truth of the matter asserted without violating the hearsay rule because of the exception for statement of party opponents. Generally speaking, defendants may not introduce their own out-of-court statements for the truth of the matter asserted because they are not statements of a party opponent, they are their own statements. So in that way, the rule, and this is true in both criminal and civil cases, the rule operates, it is not symmetric by design. However, I don't think it's off limits for the defense to cross-examine about statements that the Commonwealth introduced on direct. Because once they've been introduced on direct, they're in evidence and they'll be used for all purposes. So I want to be clear that to the extent that Mr. Thompson, as I saw it, was simply asking about evidence that was already in evidence, that was permissible. But I want to also make sure that the defendant understands that doesn't mean that all statements of defendants, whether introduced in evidence or not, are admissible. They would have to be admissible under some exception to the hearsay. Okay, so just so my rulings.
That is what I was going for when I introduced those statements.
And that is how it appeared, which is why I just wanted the ground rules to be clear so that in case it's comes up again, people understand what the basis of my rule is.
Understood.
Anything we need to address before we break for the week?
Yeah, have a nice weekend.
You too. Have you given a list of witnesses for Monday and rough as best you can witness order from Monday to the next?
So I anticipate we'll finish Casey. We'll do Donovan and Morgan, who were supposed to testify today anyway. Chris Keene, Harold Souza, we're both essentially booking officers and some other relatively minor issues. I may try to maybe Charles Luis. I believe transported Mr. Perez, but I'll if there's anybody else, I'll email.
That's fine.
So they can get ready.
That's fine. All right. Everybody enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
What? All right.